My name is Steve Bates, and I'll be serving as moderator of this removal procedure. Is the petitioner, the City Council, ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
And are all the members of the City Council present today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Is the respondent, the Mayor, Mark Christopher, ready to proceed, gentlemen?
We are, Your Honor.
Okay, and he's present with you, is that correct?
He is, Your Honor.
I'm going to address a few things in advance. The attorneys have asked me to direct, to which to direct your attention. To be clear about my role today in this matter and the nature of this hearing, though I'm an attorney and mediator still at this point in my life, I'm here under the pleasure of the parties to act as moderator, and any authority that I exert today in this hearing will be by agreement of the council for the parties about what my authority would be. Although you may hear me referred to as judge by the attorneys, that's a matter of practice of 29 years, and today it's more of a nickname than my actual title. This is not a judicial proceeding, let's be clear about that, but rather it comes pursuant to the provisions of KRS 83A.040, about which you will hear more later, the specifics of which will be addressed by the attorneys as we go through this. This is a statutory or administrative type proceeding, and it meets the requirements of that statute that refers to the right to a full public hearing for a removal procedure. Lastly, the parties have agreed that the Kentucky rules of evidence will apply to this hearing. My authority to swear witnesses in this case comes in my capacity as a notary public. To that extent, then, Mr. Morgan, are you wish to make an opening at this time, sir, please? Or would you like me to read the other statement first?
Just read the other
I can
statement,
do
Judge, and I don't think I can waive
That's fine.
openings.
You all going to waive as well, gentlemen? The opening statement, or would you like to make one?
Judge, we are not going to have an opening statement, but I am going to have a preliminary motion before we actually swear in a witness.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right. General instructions. Although you are to consider with the evidence in this case, you're consider only the evidence in this case in reaching a verdict, you must bring to the consideration of the evidence your everyday common sense and judgment as reasonable people. Thus, you're not limited solely to what you see or hear as witnesses testify. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence which you feel are justified in the light of common sense, keeping in mind that such inferences should not be the basis of your, should not be based on speculation or guess. A verdict may never be influenced by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Your decision should be the product of sincere judgment and sound discretion in accordance with these rules of law. The credibility or believability of the witnesses should be determined by their manner upon the stand, their relationship to the parties, their fears, motives, and interests or feelings, their opportunity to observe the matter to which he or she testifies, and the reasonableness of their statements and the strength or weaknesses of their recollections. If you believe that a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of the testimony which is not proved by other evidence or you believe is believable. Certain things are not evidence. Those things are statements, arguments, questions, or comments by lawyers representing the parties. In this case, that is not evidence. Objections are not evidence. Lawyers have a right to object when they believe something is improper. You should not be influenced by that objective. That is a problem for me to deal with, or the courts when this goes to the courts. Finally, if you're, anything you saw or heard about this case outside the hearing is not evidence, and in a small community, there is often that element involved in these matters as well. In my long career in the bench, though, that has never been a problem for people to set that aside. Section 2, Statement of the Relevant Law. In 1980, the General Assembly of Kentucky enacted KRS 83A.040, which states in pertinent part, any officer in the case of willful, a number of other things, in case of willful neglect in the performance of the duties of his office, may be removed from office by a unanimous vote of the mentioned members of the legislative body. The meaning of the term willful neglect of duty has not been previously addressed by Kentucky's, or has been previously addressed by the Kentucky's highest court in the case of Kentucky State Board of Education versus Eisenberg. In that opinion, the court stated about what is meant by the term willful neglect of duty means to conduct conduct that is amiss, bad behavior, etc. Willful neglect of duty is defined in the dictionary as either to maladministration or to willful and intentional neglect or failure to discharge duties of the office or to a breach of good faith and right action. While the statute does not specifically define the term willful neglect of duty, Kentucky law or statutory construction provides that if words or terms are used in the statute have previously acquired an appropriate meaning in the law, those words or terms shall be constructed and understood according to such meaning. You are further instructed that to justify removal, you must find that the mayor engaged in willful neglect or that removal is supported by substantial evidence. In this jurisdiction, substantial evidence means evidence of substance and relevant consequences having the fitness to induce the conviction in the minds of reasonable men. In accordance with these provisions of law, the City Council of the City of Williamstown may remove Mark Christopher from the office of Mayor of Williamstown, Kentucky, pursuant to KRS 83A.040, paragraph 9. If council votes unanimously that Mark Christopher has engaged in at least one instance of willful neglect of duty in the performance of his duty of his office according to the meaning of those terms under the law of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Thus, even if you find willful neglect by the mayor in the performance of his duties, you're not required to vote for removal, but you are permitted to do so. Whether the evidence and changes involved justifies removal, and charges involved justify removal, is left to each of you at your discretion and judgment, and all of you must agree unanimously in order to remove the mayor. You may decide to adjourn to an executive session in order to discuss charges amongst yourselves by making a proper motion. Do so under the statute. You must likewise vote to end the executive session, return to open session, and vote for removal if necessary. You will be instructed further on your duties at the conclusion of all the evidence by the attorney's information they provide us as well. Okay, that being said, your first witness, please, Mr. Morgan.
Your Honor, I object.
Oh, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, please.
With respect to the proceedings here today, this is a special meeting of the Williamstown City Council. It is our position that the City of Williamstown has violated KRS 61823, specifically subsections 4C. That is the notice requirements that the city has to comply with in order to conduct a special meeting legally. The requirements of that particular statute dictate and mandate that notice of the special hearing has to be posted at the location where the public agency is housed. In this particular case, it'd be at the City of Williamstown Municipal Building. We have been keeping an eye on the building, and nowhere on that building within 24 hours was an agenda or notice posted for this special meeting. We have photographs that are time-stamped to indicate that. The other portion of the statute indicates that the city or the public agency has to post notice of the special hearing at the location where the hearing is to be held. That'd be this particular building, for lack of better phraseology, the old Williamstown Courthouse. We've been keeping track of posting here, and we've taken time-stamped photos of that as well. So the city has violated its requirements under 61823-4C. Now, this is not a novel thing to have occurred in administrative hearings. May I approach the bench?
You may. Yes, sir, please.
There is an OMD decision.
Thank you.
That cites Supreme Court case law that indicates that these rules are not flexible. Your Honor, may I approach with the photos?
Yes, sir, please.
The court will clearly see the time, date,
Thank you.
date and time stamp on the photographs. The court can clearly see that it is this courthouse as well as the municipal building for the City of Williamstown. Since they are in violation of the special meeting requirements, I am moving that this hearing be continued.
What's the timing of that posting again, please? How much, there was a vote to do this a couple of weeks ago or so at my recollection. Is there a number of days prior to the hearing required by the statute? And
Yes,
maybe you
sir.
addressed it and I just overlooked that.
24 hours ahead.
24 hours, okay.
And that has not been complied with here.
Okay. Mr. Morgan, please.
Yes, sir. Judge, the council has substantially complied with the statutory requirements. KRS 61823 does talk about a 24-hour notice. As I understand it, the notice was posted at the city building outside of the clerk's office where these notices are traditionally placed on Friday. I don't know about this building. I do know that this was also placed on social media. I think the court or the hearing officer can take judicial notice that we have a very crowded courtroom. We have at least 3 media outlets here. It does seem that notice was substantially complied with. All of the council members are here. The statute and the requirements have been met, and we're asking for this to proceed on. And the council intends to proceed with this hearing.
Did you say there will be a testimony regarding this notice?
Yes.
Sometime later today. But will that testimony address the question of whether it was posted at this building as well?
I'll ask about it, and I think, even if the testimony is no, it was not posted here, I believe that the information has been disseminated to the public and to the council, and that's what the statute addresses. The reason for this change here is it was Friday morning that we went from the original location where this council meeting, or the council meeting was going to be held, to this location where we are right now. And so that did change things a little, but that's what the statute addresses. It allows for flexibility, and that's what we're having to deal with now.
Anything further, Mr. Otis?
Yes, Your Honor, I respectfully disagree. If you look at the Ratliff case cited in the OMD opinion, it indicates that putting the city on notice via website or any other means is not good enough, right? Putting the citizens of the city, it is not good enough. You have to have it posted at the city building, in this particular case, and here. Just a cursory review of walking into the courthouse this morning. It's clear there's no notice posted here. If the court looks at the photos that I submitted to it of the city building, you will see that the only notice posted inside the building is for the April 15, 2025 meeting. It does not include a notice for this particular meeting. So they have not substantially complied. The Kentucky Supreme Court says they're not in substantial compliance. So I'm asking that this hearing be moved to protect the rights of my client.
Did those cases address, and unfortunately I haven't looked at those cases, if ever, it's been many years, do those cases address the question of the purpose of the notice being to notify the public, which can be part of it, obviously, or more specifically, to someone who is a trial court judge, making sure that there's notice to all the parties so that they don't miss the hearing? Do you see my distinction?
I see the distinction, but it's a strict compliance. They look at it from a strict compliance standpoint, as you can see.
Has that set of facts ever been presented? No, we didn't do that, but all of the parties showed up, so they're obviously on notice. Has that ever been raised in any of the cases that you reviewed for this matter?
Yes, I believe actually in the Ratliff matter. That's cited by the OMD opinion, as well as there's two other cases that are slipping my memory. But there's additional case law on point.
Anything else in that regard, Mr. Morgan?
Thank you, Judge. I think you're addressing the issues here, which is the allowance in statute for substantial compliance. That's what the legislature has recognized is something that needs to be done. We heard last week, we were in court on a lawsuit dealing with trying to enjoin this proceeding, and one of the arguments was failure to comply with the Open Meetings Act. And in that case, Judge Schrand overruled plaintiff's motion to stop the proceedings. And this is a similar circumstance here in that we may have, I'm just going to assume for the sake of argument, I don't know this to be the case, but let's say that it was posted at the city building and not here. As you have pointed out, it's the parties to make sure that they know. And the parties are all here. The public is here. The media is here. This has been substantially complied with.
Judge, if that were the case, I believe, as Mr. Morgan argued, I believe that'd be written in the statute. It isn't. It's not there.
Okay. Okay. In this matter, as we're aware, the law changes. The way the law changes from time to time is someone decides that we're going to go counter to what the law might have said, and I'm not clear what these cases say since I obviously haven't had time to read them or haven't heard of them until today. But on the other hand, and having discussed with many counsel over the years, the fact that as a trial court judge, I was more interested in justice than I was in specifics of law, and those are different things. In this case today, I feel it's appropriate to proceed, and certainly have your recourse through Judge Strand or whomever subsequent to this hearing if we wish to do so. So over your objection, I will allow the matter to proceed at this time.
And then, Your Honor, that leads me to my second motion.
Please.
We're also seeking a motion to continue based upon the vagueness of the allegations in the resolution that the city has promulgated for the purposes of today's hearing. If you look at charge 1, it says Mayor Christopher acted with willful neglect in the performance of his duties, of his office, when he refused to provide Williamstown City Council with information about financial obligations and problems encountered by the city of Williamstown. Number 1, doesn't say under what authority are they operating to demand such report. There's no when. When did this happen? Who made the request? When did he refuse to supply a report? We don't have any information surrounding those allegations. What that does, Judge, and it could be by design for all I know, is that they're hampering our ability to mount a defense to the allegation. We don't know the who, what, when, where, why, how. We don't know any of that. How can you mount a defense to something that vague? Let's look at charge number 2. Mayor Christopher acted with willful neglect in the performance of the duties of his office when he permitted overtime payments to be made to person or persons ineligible for overtime payments without consulting or informing the city council. Same scenario. Who got paid overtime? When did it happen? How much overtime was paid? When did it stop, if ever? We don't have any information. How can we mount a defense to something that vague? And for those reasons, we're asking that this matter be continued with a more definite statement from city council so we can defend ourselves.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morgan, please.
Thank you, Judge. Well, as you pointed out, Judge, and have heard already, 83 A040 sub 9, it's not a part of, it's not a criminal proceeding, civil proceeding, or really even an administrative proceeding. It is a full public hearing, and that's what is being provided here. Notice has been given to the mayor of what he is being investigated for, and there's going to be also testimony, let's get it out now, about his inability or his willful neglect in regards to compiling minutes of meetings and posting them. This is something that's been developed. I'm sorry, just a second, please.
Please. Mr. Otis, please. Mr. Otis, please. Thank you.
As you pointed out, Judge, and as you are well aware from your career, even in a criminal proceeding, you can get into an indictment. You go to a jury trial, and facts come in and change, and that indictment will get changed to even have different charges be brought. The Supreme Court has said that that's fine. We're dealing with a much less significant circumstance here, and when the facts are presented, the council should have its full range of options here to decide. And in the course of investigating this, it came to my attention that the mayor has violated a fundamental rule of open meetings, which is you got to get the minutes out right away. And testimony will show that in the year 2025, there are no minutes. That was brought up to the mayor. It was brought up as recently as, I think, last week at a council meeting, and he willfully neglected that duty. We're going to be hearing testimony from him and his own words from that hearing, as well as from the witness stand about that. So to say that he doesn't know, I get it if we were talking about some criminal proceeding. We're not. He's been mayor for approximately 2 years. We're not talking a 20-year time frame. And the testimony that is going to be coming forward is stuff that he's well aware of as mayor of his own actions or inactions in office.
Thank you. Mr. Otis, please.
Well, Judge, I would submit to you and to counsel and to everybody at home watching, the basic tenets of due process require that you at least be put on some specific notice of what the factual allegations are against you. These nebulous charges, which now he appears he's trying to add a third, which we'll strenuously object to for the record, it does not afford us the ability to defend ourselves, right? We don't know what documents to look for. We don't know what bank statements to look for. We don't know what payroll records to look for. We don't know any of that. So I would submit to you, I get it. This is not a criminal proceeding. This is not a civil proceeding. This is an administrative hearing. But even the basic tenets of due process would dictate and demand that we know precisely what they're saying he did wrong so we can defend it.
Point well made. Thank you, Mr. Otis. It occurs to me this has been around since 1980, the statute. Have there been any cases that address that specific, the lack of, or that issue, the lack of specificity in what you can get or what you need to have before you can proceed to a due process hearing?
The most recent comes out of Franklin County Circuit Court. It was Thompson versus City of Frankfurt, where the judge indicated on the record his opinion in order that the statutory scheme under which we're operating is probably unconstitutionally vague.
I would have to agree with him on that. It's unfortunate that the statute is as poorly drafted as it is. It also occurs to me, though, that in 45 years that it's been around, I'm sure there have been lots of removal proceedings during those 45 years, that no case law has come along to give us guidance, or that the legislature, in its infinite wisdom, he said tongue-in-cheek, has never taken the opportunity to explain what needs to be done. And the difference, I understand, in a civil matter, you go through, you bring in notice of what we're coming about without specifics, but you flesh that out through discovery, and I get that. And the same thing in criminal proceedings. But we have a lot of law to say that's how that's done. We don't have any of that to deal with this. And so it's very unfortunate, and it is for all of us, but I believe that having been that way for those years, maybe it's intentionally vague. They do a lot of strange things in Frankfurt. Maybe they left it for that reason. But your point is made, but I don't think it's sufficient to stop at this point, and we will proceed at this with what we have to work with. But your objection is duly noted. Thank you.
Okay, call Mark Christopher to the stand.
Thank
Judge.
you.
Judge, just for
Okay.
the record, I'm objecting to the calling of any witnesses in this matter.
Under the case we discussed earlier, obviously.
And I will be objecting to all questioning because this matter, they have not complied with the statutory rules that govern what we're doing here today, so I'm objecting to everything.
I appreciate that. If we could, only for sake of brevity, Mr. Otis, and I appreciate your diligence in this matter, believe me, if we can stick to objection, and unless you say otherwise, we'll assume it is that same objection, and you're still making that record that the Court of Appeals foolishly didn't accept many years ago. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say. If there's anything additional to it, I will add.
Please. Thank you very much, sir. Mayor, if you would step around here to this. Is this the one, is Mr. Simpson still here? Yeah, is the mic over here the one we have hooked up for this? Yes. Okay, thank you. Mayor, if you could step around and step up here to this microphone, over to my left, please. Please, yes, sir. Speak into that microphone there, if you would. Sir, if you would hold up your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide in this matter be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, sir. Please.
Sir, for the record, please state your name.
Mark
Objection.
Chris,
Judge, there was an objection to me asking him to state his name. I really think that this, I'll stipulate that they have made an objection. I really don't think we need to do every question with an objection.
Out of an abundance of caution, based on the case that he had, where a Court of Appeals panel made an egregious decision, I would have to say, I think he's duty-bound to make that objection. And so if anyone here thinks that's foolish, talk to the Court of Appeals about it, because they're the one that made the rule. But I will allow him to make it as burdensome as it will be to this hearing. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, we've heard an objection's been made, but go ahead and state your name, please.
Mark Christopher.
And, sir, you are the mayor of Williamstown, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
When did you become mayor of Williamstown?
Objection.
Overruled.
2023.
Since becoming mayor of Williamstown, you have been enrolled in and participated in training to do the job of mayor, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
In fact, some of this training pertains to reviewing records as well as supervising staff, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
In the course of reviewing records and supervising staff, when you have questions, you have resources to turn to, for example, the Kentucky League of Cities.
Objection.
Correct?
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, one of the resources that you have is to talk with your attorney, Frank Whiteman, who's
Judge-
sitting right here,
Judge, I'm
correct?
going to object, not only for the previously stated grounds, but he's leading the witness. He's called him in his case in chief without going through the process of having him declared hostile.
Mr. Morgan, please.
Well, Judge, for one, he's the person charged. I think you can presume that it's hostile. And another, we're dealing with 83A040, where there's nothing about the rules of evidence or anything like that that's in here. But I think you can take notice, judicial or otherwise, that he's a hostile witness.
Anything else, Mr. Otis?
No, Your Honor.
I will over your ongoing objection, and that one as well, is because I understand, but I think in this case, and you should have made obviously the objection, but I will overrule that objection as well, because I believe certainly if he wasn't hostile, he would need to go to Eastern State for 72 hours examination, I think. So please go ahead if you would.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, I was asking, one of the other resources that you have is Frank Whiteman, the city attorney, right?
His name is Frank
Overruled.
Whitman, and yes.
Overruled.
Okay, yes. And would you say that he is the city's lawyer or the mayor's lawyer?
Objection.
Overruled.
The city of Williamstown's lawyer.
Okay. That would include the mayor's office as well as council?
Objection.
Overruled.
The entirety of the city of Williamstown municipality.
Okay. You got elected in '22, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
But your office really begins in January of '23, and you've been mayor for a little more than 2 years full-time, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
In that, when you started as mayor, when you first came into office, there was a city clerk there named Vivian Link, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
Ms. Link had been there for some time before you became mayor, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
You supervised her as well as other employees within the city government, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And she left in June of '24, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And a new clerk came in whose name is Alex Cummings, and she started in June, July of 2024 as Williamstown City Clerk, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
You supervised Alex Cummings, the city clerk, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
When Ms. Link was the city clerk, what did you notice about the budget tracker entries? Were they being made and included in the information that would be provided? This is pertaining to financial records. Would they
Objection.
be provided to yourself and council when Ms. Link was clerk?
Objection.
Overruled.
And also objection to a compound question.
Overruled. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. When did you notice that these budget tracker entries were not being made in the information that was being provided to you as well as to the city council?
Objection.
Overruled.
August 2024.
How did you notice that?
Objection.
Overruled.
Neither I nor the council received our monthly budget tracking reports.
Okay, what did you do about that?
Objection.
Overruled.
I extended grace, given the fact that she had been there for 1 month.
Okay, and you're talking about Ms. Cummings.
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. When you say you noticed in August of '24 and you extended her grace, what did you do to make sure that this information about financial records for Williamstown was going to be put into these documents going forward?
Objection.
Overruled.
Asked her if there was anything she needed that we could assist her with to make sure that everything was ready for the September report.
Okay. And did that information get into the September report?
Objection.
Overruled.
No.
In fact, this information did not get into the budget tracker records. The financial records about the city of Williamstown's money never got into the budget tracker, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Please read.
While Ms. Cummings was clerk.
Objection.
Overruled.
Please state the first question again.
The information about the Williamstown finances that goes into the budget tracker and is provided to the mayor and to the council never got put into that budget tracker and was not provided while Ms. Cummings was clerk, was it?
Objection.
Overruled.
That's 2 questions there.
Answer both of them, please.
Say the question again.
Overruled.
Why don't you restate the questions that you understood me to say?
You had said that it had not been properly submitted in the budget tracker. Then you stated that that had not been submitted to council. That's 2 separate things. Either A, it was submitted into the budget tracker and was not submitted to council, or B, it was not submitted into the budget tracker and then submitting it to council is a separate question.
Okay, so in your estimation, this information was not put into budget tracker. Is that what you're saying?
Overruled.
I would not say that.
Okay, what would you say? Why wasn't this information being put into the records that were being provided to the council as well as to the mayor?
Objection.
Overruled.
I assumed that they were being put in the budget tracker.
Okay, but it wasn't, and you never saw it, did you?
Objection.
Overruled.
Incorrect, I did.
When?
August.
Of 2024,
Yes, sir.
but not since August of 2024.
Overruled. Thank you.
Incorrect.
That's correct.
That is incorrect.
Okay, then when else? When else did you see it in the budget tracker that it was provided to the council?
Objection.
Overruled.
When did I see the budget tracker or the one that was provided to council?
The one that was provided to council, sir.
Objection.
Overruled.
I believe that would be October.
It was in that data?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. What about after October of 2024? Was it ever put into the information that was provided to council?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't have all my council packets on me, so I can't say with certainty one way or the other.
It was not. Was it?
Objection.
Overruled.
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you think that it was ever placed into the record after October of 2024?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
When?
Objection.
Overruled.
Again, I do not have a list of the city council packets on me, so I can't say for certain.
Okay. Regardless, Ms. Link has been rehired by the city of Williamstown to reconstruct these records, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
No.
Okay, why was she rehired?
Objection.
Overruled.
to assist with understanding some of the discrepancies that we had found.
Understanding what and what do you mean discrepancies?
Objection.
Overruled.
The former city clerk had been telling everybody that she had been doing her job, but she had not been. And there was a lot of deficiencies within the inner workings of the budget system. And we felt as if Ms. Vivian Link and Crystal Fryman could come in and make sense of everything that was there, because it was confusing to us.
And when you say us, who do you mean?
Objection.
Overruled.
The clerk's office, myself, and the city council, and the city auditor.
Okay. Regardless, though, during this period of time when this confusion was created, you were supervising the city clerk, who was not putting this information into those records, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Can you please restate that question?
Regardless, though, you were the one who was supposed to be supervising the city clerk and making sure that information was being placed into the budget tracker and other financial systems, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
How many times do you think the city of Williamstown has had been notified that you've been mayor?
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm almost done with my question. Since you've been mayor, how many times do you think the city of Williamstown has received notice that one of its checks was being returned for insufficient funds?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't know.
Okay. It has, though, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
It has, what?
It has, you've received notice that checks have been returned for insufficient funds, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I have not.
No one's ever told you that a city of Williamstown check has been returned for insufficient funds.
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, that would be the assistant clerk, who is now acting as interim clerk.
Yes, what?
Objection.
Overruled.
I said, and I will repeat, yes, that answer would be the assistant clerk informed me that assistant clerk is now acting as interim clerk.
Okay. So this is Lisa Clifton, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
Objection.
Overruled.
Apparently, we had been overdraft for a number of occasions over the past 7 months.
So if we're in April now, this goes back to approximately October of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
What did you do about it when you learned that the city was bouncing its checks?
Objection.
Overruled.
I told the city council
What'd you tell them?
Objection.
Overruled.
that the city had been overdrafting checks.
Okay. What did you do to make sure that the city didn't overdraft checks in the future?
Objection.
Overruled.
Told Corey Keitlinger, the branch manager at the bank in which we've been overdrafting, that he needs to inform me and nobody else.
Why only inform you?
Objection.
Overruled.
Because he had not informed me in the past 7 months.
So it's his fault that the city was overdrafting these checks?
Objection.
Overruled.
I did not say it was his fault. I said he'd failed to inform me that we had overdraft. We're on the subject of when I found out about the overdrafts. I had not been informed.
And that was in October of '24, when you had this discussion with him?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, sir.
When?
February.
Has the city bounced checks since February?
Objection.
Overruled.
Not to my knowledge.
So So Corey hasn't called you since then?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
The city, did the city pay any overdraft fees for these bounce checks?
Objection.
Overruled.
I believe so. I'm not sure.
You're mayor, and you don't know whether the city has paid any overdraft fees for bounce checks?
Objection.
Overruled.
I would believe it did, yes.
But I think you just said you don't know.
Objection.
Overruled.
Nobody has informed me either way.
Well, you agree with me that the city has a duty to make good on its checks, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
I do?
And you agree with me that when the city fails to make good on its check, that regardless of even if it has an overdraft fee, it makes the city look bad to bounce a check,
Objection.
correct?
Overruled.
Also calls for speculation about how other people perceive the city.
Overruled.
I encourage that speculation. How does that make you feel? How do you speculate people think about a city that can't pay its bills?
Objection.
Overruled.
Frustrated.
But yet you don't know whether, much less how much, overdrafts have been paid by the city to make good on its bounced checks, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
I felt it was a wise decision to bring Miss Vivian Link back so that she could make sense of the mess that had been left and to try and assist with figuring out what has and has not been done.
Okay. I agree with that, sir. That was not my question, though. My question was about you just don't know the extent of the damage done financially in just the aspect of bounced checks and overdraft fees, do you?
Objection.
Overruled.
No.
What is your understanding of when somebody gets paid for overtime work?
Objection.
Overruled.
When somebody works over their 40-hour week.
Okay. And what is your understanding about the city ordinances for the Williamstown Fire Department? Is it volunteer or is it a paid fire department?
Objection.
Overruled.
A bit of both.
A bit of both? How so?
Objection.
Overruled.
The city of Williamstown has a paid fire chief, a part-time staff, and a volunteer staff.
Are you aware that the city ordinances for Williamstown specifically say that that this is a volunteer fire department?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And it says all of them, fire chief, officers, firefighters, all shall be volunteers, correct?
Thank you. Objection.
Overruled.
It does.
But the ordinance, are you saying that the ordinance says also that there is some a bit of both?
Objection.
Overruled.
I would agree that the ordinance is out of compliance with itself, which is a question and an issue that I've raised to the council before to rectify, because I, as mayor, cannot create an ordinance.
However, you authorize the payment of overtime pay repeatedly to the fire chief, who by the ordinance is supposed to be volunteer, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Incorrect.
Okay, how is that incorrect?
Objection.
Overruled.
First, If you look under the city's personnel policies and procedures, you will find the job description of the fire chief, which is a paid job.
Okay? And so you do agree that you authorize the payment of the fire chief for overtime pay, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
I did not.
Who did?
Objection.
Overruled.
The former city clerk.
Okay. Well, what did you do to make sure that her authorizing this payment was accurate?
Objection.
Overruled.
I was not aware this was happening.
What did you, tell the city council, please, whether there was any kind of deception, that you were somehow deceived from knowing what was going on as pertains to payments of the fire chief for overtime.
Objection.
Overruled.
The City of Williamstown's Personnel Policies and Procedures Plan, specifically under the description of the fire chief, says the overtime is exempt. And so that would leave the person in the position of fire chief exempt from getting overtime. So at no point was I aware that a fire chief was receiving overtime pay.
Okay. And do you agree with me that when someone talks about somebody being exempt, what that, as you just said, exempt means they don't get overtime, as opposed to someone who is non-exempt, and they do get overtime? Is that your understanding?
Overruled.
I didn't know if he was going to
Saw
keep
the
asking.
nod.
I was just being patient.
Say that again, please.
Okay. You agree with me? Generally speaking, when a person is listed as exempt, they don't get overtime, correct?
Correct.
Objection.
You agree with me that the fire chief was exempt,
Objection.
Overruled.
correct?
Correct.
And yet, he was getting paid overtime, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
He was also getting hazardous pay, which was not authorized by me either.
Okay. And what did you do to make sure that what he was getting paid was appropriate?
Objection.
Overruled.
I trust all the city employees to do their job.
Okay. So, what I hear you saying, you did not look into, prior to the check, the paycheck getting written and delivered to the chief, time and time again, you did nothing to make sure that he was getting paid appropriately,
Objection.
correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
I do not micromanage my staff, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
At the recommendation of the council, might I add.
Okay, sure. Well, let me show you what's going to be marked as exhibit number 1. Thank you. And let me ask you this first. Do you remember in November of 2024 sending a text message to the city clerk
Objection.
Overruled.
about telling her that she doesn't answer to the council? If they got a question, they got to go to you.
Objection.
Overruled.
That is what the city ordinance reads and the Kentucky statute reads.
Okay, that's not my question, though, sir. I was asking about a text message you sent to the city clerk.
Objection.
Overruled.
I have sent lots of text messages to her.
Sir, the text message that I'm talking about is this one pertaining to the communications from the council to the clerk. And this would have been in November of 2024. Do you remember that?
Probably.
Judge, objection. And
Overruled.
second part of the objection, can he see the text he's referencing, just so we stop doing this dance?
You have it. Thank you.
This will be marked as exhibit number 1.
Yes.
Why did you send this text message to the
Overruled.
Because according to the Kentucky revised statutes and the city ordinance, the legislative body has no jurisdiction over the executive branch and its functions. And time again, over the past 2 years and 4 months, I've seen the legislative branch step over their bounds repeatedly, and I'm tired of it.
Okay. So if they were going to fill a vacuum about managing staff that you have said you weren't going to micromanage, you were telling the clerk, don't answer any questions they got, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct. If a council member has a question, the council member is acting independent of the body and would need to go through an open records request, which I have repeatedly stated for the last 2 years.
Did the comments that you made in this exhibit number 1 here, this text message that you sent to the clerk, did you say anything like this to any of these council members?
Objection.
Overruled.
Without the swear words, yes.
You told them that the clerk doesn't answer to them.
Objection.
Overruled.
I have stated to them that no city employee should answer to them, nor do they have any authority to demand or tell any city employee to do anything.
Did you tell anyone on the city council here that you were effing tired of council saying, Mayor, you tell us nothing?
Objection.
Overruled.
Did I tell council that?
Yeah,
Yes. Minus the swear words.
sure. So you told the council that you were tired of them saying that you, Mayor, don't tell them anything.
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
Yes.
And yet, what we're hearing is that time and again, starting in September and again in October and November, they're not getting anything. They're not getting any of the records that need to be on Budget Tracker. They're not getting any of this data, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
I think there's a lot that council asked for. And my opinion is, as mayor, I am to report to council at a council meeting. They would be frustrated when they would go inquire about things before a council meeting and then come back and reprimand me for not telling them sooner. But I can't have a quorum unless it's in public, without 24 hours prior notice.
And here at the bottom of this text, you say, I'm going to light into them this Tuesday. I'm effing tired of this. Did you light into them on Tuesday?
Objection.
Overruled.
I did.
That was Tuesday, November the 19th, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Perhaps I don't have a calendar on me.
Well, it's not that difficult. If you look on the text here on your exhibit, it says Thursday, November 14th. 5 days later would be Tuesday, the 19th, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And I want to show you
Thank you.
some minutes of the November, that's going to be number 2, and I'm going to show it to you.
All right. Have it.
If you will, look through this, please. This will be marked as Exhibit 2. And highlight for me in there where the minutes show you lit into them.
Objection.
Judge, I'm going to add to that.
Overruled.
objection. There is nothing in the statutes that require verbatim minutes. Basically, the minutes that are required are any actions taken. So any discussions or whatnot, whether they're recorded in the minutes or not, do not accurately reflect the entirety of a hearing. So to say they're not in the minutes doesn't tell us anything. We'd object.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, please, response to the objection.
No response.
Sustained.
Well, then, it's, this is about his testimony, Judge, in terms of what he's saying to someone he says he doesn't micromanage. And I think we can all imagine someone who's tough behind a keyboard, and then when they get in the same room with somebody who's being asked questions, takes on a very different demeanor. I think when you look at these minutes, you're going to see there's a fair amount of discussion that is reflected in the minutes. Some minutes we know simply have action items. Motions made, votes taken, who did what, and that's it. These have a fair amount of back and forth in them. So I'm asking him, this refreshes his recollection, if those minutes show that he lit into them, whatever he takes lit means, because that's what he said he was going to do, or light, that is. And if not, then that speaks for itself. So that's why I'm asking him about these minutes.
Mr. Voss, please.
As long as it is in that capacity and not as evidence of what transpired at the meeting.
That's fine. I'll allow it over your objection, but noting also that I don't see how that has anything to do with proving willful neglect, which is your objection, I think, as well in that regard. Thank you. Please go ahead. If you want to restate, Mr. Morgan, please,
No, I
then
have
for the
the
witness
answer.
while we digress there.
I have the answer. While I may get frustrated with people from time to time, I want to remain cool, I want to remain calm, and handle my demeanor professionally. And if you'll notice, in the agenda minutes, there's a mayor's monthly report in which I state and cite KRS statute and very politely say, you have to stop doing this.
Where is that, sir?
Objection overruled.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The cell phone got me.
If you, I beg your pardon. Yeah, if you could, please. I forgot to do that earlier. We don't have a bailiff with us today. If you all could please put your phone on silence or something so it doesn't disturb the proceeding. Thank you.
You were saying,
It was written in the mayor's monthly report that I provided to council.
is it reflected in those minutes?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is the mayor's monthly report reflected? Yes.
What you wrote to them?
Overruled.
There's a few things that were highlighted here, but not the 21-page mayor's report that I submitted to them, no.
I have it. So the 21-page mayor's report that you just referenced, did it have anything to do with the amount of overtime that's being paid to the fire chief or to the city clerk for that matter?
Objection.
Overruled.
I was unaware of it at the time.
And I guess the mayor's report, the 21-page report that you mentioned, that had nothing, said nothing about any overdrafts at bank accounts, correct?
Objection.
Overruled. Again, I stated I found that out in February.
Because you didn't know, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct?
I was unaware, yes.
I'm looking on the, again, this is exhibit number 2, Williamstown minutes, November 19, 2024, and under the mayor's monthly report section, it says that David Henson, who is a council member, inquired about the purchase order issues mentioned. The mayor stated that he had a PO, which I guess is purchase order, that would cause a line item to be blown out, and we would need more funds to get through the year. Kim Krupper asked about the date of that, of the purchase order. What are you referencing there?
Mr.
Your
Otis.
report?
Overruled.
Objection. Sorry.
I have no idea. My report is not in front of me.
So you don't know anything about a purchase order that would cause a line item to be blown out and that you would need more funds to get through the year?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't know what you're referencing, if that's what you're asking.
Well, in this report, it says, Mayor Christopher stated it was from August.
Objection.
Overruled.
Does that ring any bells?
No.
Okay. Kim Crupper asked, I'm reading again here from the mayor's report. Kim Crupper asked if the mayor had any other purchase orders that were overdue. You remember that?
I do remember that.
Objection.
Okay, what do you remember
Overruled.
about that?
Objection.
Overruled.
For some time, there were some issues that were happening where superintendents were apparently submitting POs and they were not arriving on my desk. And neither I nor the superintendents were aware as to why this was happening and where these POs were going.
Okay. Well, so here we are in November, and you're referencing in your monthly report some purchase order from August.
May I see that?
Is that
Overruled. Nice, sorry, thank you.
Where? Okay, what was your question?
Well, what was the purchase order, now that you've looked at that, what is the purchase order that's at issue here?
Again,
Overruled.
I don't remember.
The one from August, don't remember that?
Overruled.
Objection.
I've stated I don't know that.
Okay. Are there multiple purchase orders that went unfunded and that would blow out the line item on the budget, and you just can't remember them all?
Objection.
Overruled.
I think you're asking me to recall a very specific PO that I don't recall what it is off the top of my head.
Well, I'm asking about a purchase order that you said would blow out a line item, and to me, that's kind of a big deal, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
It is if I sign it, yes.
Yeah. But you don't remember what this is?
Objection.
Overruled.
Either I did not sign it, or we were able to make an amendment to the budget so that I could sign it. But this only indicates one small piece of something that I referenced in a mayor's report 6 months ago.
About something that occurred in August, because as I understand that monthly report and the minutes from that meeting, this was a purchase order from August that is now surfacing in November, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
If that's what it said, yes.
And Councilman Crupper says, what other ones do we got out there? And you didn't know,
Objection.
correct?
Overruled.
I guess I'd be correct. If I'm not aware that there's a PO, how am I supposed to be aware of it? I'm not trying to be rude, but to answer his question, if I don't know if there's a PO that's out there that is not on my desk, I'm not aware of it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, I'm just trying to.
I have one. I'll take it. Thank you. Thank you. You're pretty busy.
Judge, can I get a copy of that document?
Yeah, with regard to both 1 and 2, upon behalf of petitioners, any objection for the record, please?
Yes.
Other than the objection to everything, beyond that one, any additional, please?
Well, with respect to Exhibit 1, there was no authentication of that record, so I don't think it's admissible for lack of authentication. Then number two, I've only seen like 3 or 4 lines that opposing counsel read off during the questioning, so I'm not even 100% sure what it is. So I'm objecting on those grounds. I haven't seen it before. I don't know what it is.
Response, please.
All right, thank you. Let me ask the mayor a few questions and address that foundational
Sure.
question.
Well, I still don't know what document 2 is, right?
Okay.
That he handed the clerk that I have not seen.
Oh, here, I'm sorry.
Before I give this to council, why don't you look at this and say what that looks like to you?
Objection.
Overruled.
It looks like a copy of the minutes for the November 19th, 2024 special council meeting for the city of Williamstown.
Do you have any reason to think that that copy of these minutes is somehow deficient or otherwise not accurate?
Overruled.
I do have reason to believe that could be the case,
Objection.
Overruled.
because the person that was responsible for maintaining these records had been stealing money from the city. And I think it's very wise for all of us to make sure that everything that was done the right way and written and is put on record correctly.
Well, amen to that, but.
Objection,
other than
move to
your-
strike.
Other than your opinion.
Overruled.
about this, what else? Is there anything that makes those records seem inaccurate?
Objection.
Overruled.
Judge, I'm going to renew my previous objection while he's reviewing that document, just to get it out of the way so we keep moving smoothly. It is painfully obvious to me he did not author that document. How could he possibly testify as to its accuracy?
Response, please.
Well, he is the mayor. He was there when the minutes presumably were read and a motion was made and carried to record these minutes. So he should know.
Well,
Please.
that information has not been presented, right? That they've been moved and they found no mistakes or edits with the minutes, right? That information isn't before us.
As it relates to the minute details, I wouldn't hold him accountable to that, but having been mayor and it having been fairly recent, I assume he could read through the document, which he hasn't been given much opportunity to do at this point. If he reads through them and see if the gist of those decisions comport with what he finds or what he believes as well. So if you want to take a few minutes, Mayor, don't feel rushed at all, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Your objection's noted. Thank you, Mr. Otis. While he's doing that, counsel, if you could step up briefly, please.
So, will you help me keep track track of exhibits. Our Exhibit 1 is the photographs of city council and courthouse. Please and thank you.
Judge,
Collective
may we take a break here, please, for 10 minutes?
Counsel, any objection?
No objection.
Fine, we'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Hearing, is the petitioner ready to continue?
Yes, sir.
Respondent ready to continue?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, please.
Thank you. Sir, I have the minutes up in front of you still, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Had a chance to review them.
Objection.
Overruled.
Is there anything about these minutes that you feel, other than what you earlier said, that would suggest that these are incorrect?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, I think they're city council meeting agenda minutes.
Okay. There's city council meeting agenda minutes, is that what you said?
Objection.
Overruled.
Mary Beth, is that 2 or 3?
This will be number,
Have it as number.
they have one for respondent, I have one for petitioner, and those minutes are number 2, and I don't think I had a copy. Are they up here as well? We'll mark those as petitioners too. Other than what you've noted before.
Just sit on these exhibits where we're not getting the opportunity to review them during testimony. At least they be provided to us at some point.
Mr. Morgan, if you could, please.
I understand.
Thank you.
We do not have a copy of Exhibit 2. May we please have one?
Yep. Okay,
If you step up, please, Mr. Otis.
Yes, Your Honor.
Offered him the opportunity, Mr. Morgan, to go down and get copies made. That's what we were talking about. Thank you.
may I go ahead?
Please, yes, sir.
Sir, you were talking about these being minutes, and you agree with me that statute and the Open Meetings Act says that minutes of a meeting are to be made available promptly.
Judge,
Objection.
I would object. The statute indicates that the minutes need to be available for public inspection no later than immediately following the next meeting of the public agency. So typically what occurs is the clerk drafts the minutes.
I'm sorry, Worth, this is, I'm going to
Judge,
object to the
this is my,
speaking
Judge, this is my
objection.
objection, I'm speaking. I would
Please.
like
Yeah, it's a
courtesy
speaking
not to
objection.
be
Mr.
interrupted.
Morgan, please. Go ahead, Mr.
Judge,
Boss.
so when he makes a statement that immediately, we need to make when immediately is, and that's following the next meeting.
Objection noted. If you clarify through your question, if you hadn't already, Mr. Morgan. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, so you agree with me that the statute says that, quote, "The minutes of action taken at every meeting of any such public agency setting forth an accurate record of votes and actions at such meetings shall be promptly recorded, and such records shall be open to public inspection at reasonable times, no later than immediately following the next meeting of the body."
Objection.
You agree with
Overruled.
what that statute says?
I don't know. I don't have that statute in front of me.
Well, regardless, there have been no minutes of council meetings made for the year of 2025, have there?
Objection. And then there's a second basis for that objection.
Please, on the ongoing objection, overruled. On the second one, please.
On the second one, Your Honor, it's as if they're adding yet another charge to the resolution that we believe was illegally promulgated by council. And without that charge being part of the document, how could we possibly have the appropriate notice to address that charge? It's a significant and serious violation of my client's due process rights.
Response, please.
Well, for one thing, it is ironic that Mayor says he didn't notice or didn't know this when this is part and parcel of what his legal challenge was to this proceeding. Regardless, 83A 040 subsection 9 says that the mayor's, or in this case, the mayor's, to be provided a full public hearing about the information this has come up in the course of this investigation. 83A says nothing about 10 days before everything stops. It says nothing about discovery. It just says he's given an opportunity, and that the council in this case is given an opportunity to hear about what this mayor has done or not done. So this is appropriate. I brought this up at the get-go. I said that, brought this to your attention, saying this is going to be an issue. Analogize this to circumstance of a criminal trial, far more structured proceeding. And as you know, amendments can be made up until the time that the case is brought to the jury. This is, in that regard, similar to that.
Judge, I respectfully disagree.
Please.
How the procedure works pursuant to the statute is that charges are levied, then it's up to us to request an open and public hearing, which we obviously have. But the charges come first, right? There's no provision in law that allows them to come in here and change the charges, right? The concept behind all of that is that a client, in this case Mayor Christopher, has the opportunity to be put on notice, of what the allegations are. And here we are, right in the middle of the hearing. They're adding additional, what seems to be additional charges regarding some type of council meeting minutes. That is grossly unfair. I move to strike any questions and any responses about it.
May we approach?
Please.
Well, this can be on. I think I would like for everybody to hear this, because this is something that I believe the mayor is hiding behind.
Objection.
This is subsection 9 of 83A 040, and where it talks about no elected officer shall be removed without having been, there's nothing in here about notice or anything else.
Thank you. Want this? Thank you. I don't need it. Thank you.
Judge, the silence in a, what I think constitutionally vague, unconstitutionally vague statute, to hide behind it and say it's not in there is not sufficient.
I'm going to overrule the objection and feel that through your all's cross-examination of the witness, you can address whether this is a significance based on what you've told me already here. And maybe through this very hearing, this vague 45-year-old statute may be upended after all if you take it to Frankfurt. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Morgan, please proceed.
Okay, so I was asking for you to verify the fact that no minutes of council meetings have been recorded or made available for the year of 2025.
Objection.
Overruled.
You are correct.
Okay. You agree with me that under KRS 83A 130, the mayor is supposed to supervise the city's employees and make sure that all applicable statutes get followed.
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
And under KRS 61.835, which I just read to you, that minutes are supposed to be recorded showing accurate record of votes and actions at the council meetings, and that this simply has not been done for the entire year of 2025.
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct?
The city council brought that to my attention on April 7th at the last city council meeting, yes.
Okay.
Or
And-
April 15th, I'm sorry, April 15th.
All right, well, in fact, I think you're right, though. Council members have, you agree with me, that council members have asked you about this, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
About,
About recording these minutes, sir.
Objection.
Overruled.
yes.
Okay. And in fact, council members have even offered to help you and/or city staff with getting these minutes recorded, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
The law requires that the clerk is the one and only one that is allowed to record and publish the minutes.
Okay.
No additional help from council or myself.
Are you saying that the law prohibits the council from offering to help?
Objection.
Overruled.
The objections in general go to the question of notice and whether this matter should have proceeded. That could have been lost in the last while as we've been going through this, but I want to note that for the record because of the case, Mr. Otis, that you presented, which clearly requires that. But at this point, just want to clarify that one more time. And that was your objection is to the individual things you've mentioned, but as well to the proceeding because of failure of notice being posted accurately. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morgan, please.
Well, Mayor, are you saying that statute prohibits council from offering to help with recording and posting minutes?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
What statute is that?
Objection.
Carrot.
Any response to the objection to that as far as what the statute means, please?
Well, I'd like to know his basis, or
Right, so-
he says the statute prohibits that. I'd like to know what statute he's referencing.
Judge, I'm going to object, not only my standard objection that I'm making throughout this proceeding. He's asking him for a statutory interpretation, which I totally understand, but at least put the statute in front of him that he's referencing so he can look at it.
That's what I'm asking, and what statute is it?
Overruled, please go ahead.
You'll have to forgive me, I've only been the mayor for 2 years, and I do not have all the KRS statutes memorized.
So, but you think that in 83A, because Williamstown is part of the city council plan, so that's subject to 83A.130, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
That is correct, yes.
And do you think somewhere in 83A.130 or elsewhere in KRS 83 or anywhere else where it says that council cannot even offer to help?
Objection.
Overruled.
The law clearly states that the city clerk is the only person able to record minutes. If you'll provide me a copy of that, I will find it for you.
Sure, here you go.
Judge, just to try to hasten this along, I think a review of 83A 060 would be helpful for him to review also, not just 130. But I don't want to,
Any response?
Please turn to 83A.060. I wanted to get this going too. Thank you. May I come around as well?
sure. Oh, I'm just looking at my handbook. It just says, both officers and individual responsible for maintaining and signing. I mean, I'll stipulate there's nothing in the statute that says they can't, but it doesn't. He is, the clerk does it, so.
Mayor, have you had a chance to review 83A0, I think your council said 080 or 060?
0608. And that might just be,
Have you had a chance to look at that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
Oh, objection. He asked a question, I'm objecting.
Overruled, thank you.
Thank you, Luke.
yes, your book is a little different than what I'm used to reading, so I'm trying to find it.
Anything there in 83A060 subsection 8 that says you cannot, that the council cannot ask to, or offer to help?
Objection.
Overruled.
Let me rephrase this question then. There is nothing in 83A060 subsection 8 that says that council is prohibited from offering to help the city in recording and posting minutes, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object, and then this,
On the original one, overruled, please,
the second part.
please.
We will just stipulate that there is no state statute with respect to this issue that says council cannot offer to help, right? Anybody can offer to help. The question is who is responsible for actually producing and publishing the minutes. So an offer to help, great, they're allowed to offer, but they're not allowed to do it.
Response,
Well,
Mr. Morgan?
I disagree that that this is entirely left to only the mayor and to the council. I would invite the court to take judicial notice of its experiences on serving on any type of a board in which minutes are taken, that at the next board meeting, generally speaking, that board looks at the minutes and says, yep, that looks right, or, oh, no, I would need to change, we want to change this, that, or something. It's not left to the president and the secretary to say, here it is, no questions asked. That's, if I may proceed on to my next line of questions.
Well, Judge, just with respect to
Please.
his request for you to take judicial notice of your own experience on a board, I will only stipulate or agree to it if and only if the same statutory provisions of law applied to whatever board you sat on. If you were advising a city that operated under a mayor council form of government, sure, that I could see where that experience would be beneficial. But if not, if you did not sit on a board or advise a board or a council operating under the mayor council plan of government, then I will object to you to taking any judicial notice of any other board operating outside the same statutory scheme. Doesn't make any sense.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Morgan?
No, Judge.
Yeah, in that regard, I don't know. I don't know if the statutes deal with it. I have sat on boards, and it is SOP to have the minutes brought back for purposes of clarifying, correcting, those type things. And whether there's statute or not, I think Robert's rules are generally accepted. Is there any statutory provision that recognizes those in the absence of specifics in a statute? I don't think there are.
There are not.
But I also think that they are probably generally accepted as being the way that things get done, because how else would you do it? Leave it to the person who transcribes it to get everything accurate, and the others are bound by whatever they put down. So it only makes common sense to say someone has to review it who's in the position of having made those decisions and say, yes, that's what we did. So I think for that reason, he can go ahead and talk about that procedure and how they did it there. I'll note your objection to that, okay?
But just for the record.
Please.
Under the mayor council plan of government, which is set forth in 83A130, right, which is adopted by Williamstown ordinances, right? It's a direct reflection of the statutory scheme. Williamstown Ordinance 3110, as well as 3130, delineates the responsibilities of the mayor versus that of the council. It even talks about the responsibilities of the city clerk. That responsibility with promulgating the city minutes is directly attributed by law and by ordinance to the city clerk. How it works, she prepares the meeting minutes. They present them at the next council meeting for review, and then the council reviews them. If they have any objections, additions, or amendments, those are put on the record. And theoretically, the city clerk is supposed to amend the minutes to reflect those amendments or changes. So, but it's ultimately the responsibility of the city clerk by statute and by ordinance. But we got here by suggesting that council was allowed to offer to help. Yes, they are allowed to offer to help. That's not the issue. The issue is whether or not they can actually sit down at the computer and type in the minutes. No, they cannot.
Okay. Yeah, the procedure outlined that's indicated by the ordinances seem to parrot or parallel the Robert's rules, it seems to me, so I don't think that's of any consequence either way.
does.
Please, Mr. Bory, please go ahead, thank you.
And for that matter, if we want to have a joint exhibit of ordinance chapter 31, dealing with the mayor-council plan, I would invite that.
We will just do our own exhibits, just so I don't have to keep track of what joint number, not because I'm not being,
We understand. You're not being difficult, you're just proceeding as you've prepared.
Yes.
Not a problem, thank
If I
you.
may, then I'll.
Please.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir,
All
please.
right, so, isn't it true that a council member emailed you asking or volunteering to help with these minutes, correct?
objection.
Overruled.
That is correct.
But what?
Objection.
Overruled.
They can't write the minutes.
Okay. So, did you respond back to that council member saying that?
Objection.
Overruled.
No,
Okay, why not?
Objection.
Overruled.
because I knew this was going to be subject to a conversation at a council meeting. So I would have rather told the entirety of the body as opposed to one and then have to continue telling one.
Let me show you what will be marked as exhibit number.
Can we see that?
Yep.
We haven't had the opportunity on several.
Number 3.
Does that, this email that I'm showing you, sir, does that look familiar?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes?
Okay. You remember receiving, in fact, 2 emails from Councilmember Payne on April 4.
Thank you.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, he says, many constituents are inquiring about the minutes. Can these minutes be added at your earliest convenience? And your response is, thank you for your email, we will work on this. And then he offers, if you need assistance, I can show your team. He's not asking for him to do it, he's offering to show your team how to use an application to transcribe the audio files and put these main points together. He's not asking for a transcript of the actual meeting.
Judge, I'm going to object now simply because this is Mr. Morgan providing testimony. And where's the question? What is the question?
Did you receive this, sir?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not respond to Councilman Payne's request to offer to show the mayor's team how to use this application or this app to do this?
Objection.
Overruled.
Because 2 years ago, the city tried to do one of those transcribe audio file things, but there's 9 live microphones up on the stage, and 90% of the time you hear, and it's very frustrating and annoying. And the time that we did try this in the past, it was completely inaccurate. It did not pick up any solid representation or reflection of what actually happened at the meeting. And instead of getting into a very long, lengthy, detailed email, he also asked that we put this on the agenda, which I did, and we had a discussion about it.
Okay. Do you remember that discussion happening? This would have been on the 15th of April?
Yes.
Objection.
Okay.
Overruled.
when that meeting occurred, did you believe that only the mayor and the clerk could do these minutes?
Objection.
Overruled.
Before that meeting took place, was that your belief or your understanding?
Objection.
Overruled.
Incorrect. Only the clerk can record the minutes.
When you say record the minutes, are you talking about the minutes that we're talking, that I showed you earlier today, for example, from November 19?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. Only the clerk can do that, and are you saying the council doesn't review that?
Objection.
Overruled.
I have not said that.
Okay. What is the council's role then in reviewing records and reviewing minutes before they get made public?
Objection.
Overruled.
Over the last 2 years, historically, on the second meeting of the month, council is typically presented with a copy of the previous month's minutes for review before being approved by the council and then signed off on by the mayor.
And why did that stop?
Objection.
Overruled.
Because the clerk failed to produce the minutes.
Why did you not do what you could to help the clerk do her job?
Objection.
Overruled.
I tried.
What'd you do?
Objection.
Overruled.
I asked if she needed help.
And she said no, and you left it at that, or what?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, I told her the importance of needing the minutes, and the majority of the time, she said, yeah, I'll have it done by the council meeting, and I'll bring it to the council meeting. So the week before, when I am informed that she will have it prepared and ready and delivered at the chamber, at the council chambers, on each individual council member's desk, myself included, and the city attorney, and the Grant County News, I assumed that that day, when I arrived to the council meeting, a copy would have been there.
Okay. And I get that, February, maybe for January's minutes, maybe even March for January and February, but we're into April now, and the Williamstown Council meets at least twice a month, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
So you have at least 8 meetings of minutes that have not been made public, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
That is correct.
And what I hear you saying is, you asked the clerk about that, she said she might get to it, you thought it might be there or wasn't there, so you just left it to the next meeting. Is that correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, I would have sit-down conversations as to why they weren't there.
And what did you do to make sure, not just having a conversation, but actual action to get these minutes made and made available to the public?
Objection.
Overruled.
Stress the importance of needing them.
I'm going to show you a video from, let's hope this works.
Judge, while he's trying to figure it out, just note our objection for the playing of video recordings. Same reason.
Thank you. Objection's overruled. I assume it's going to be authenticated in some way.
ability to view it unless you turn it on.
I'm going to turn this around, okay?
Please.
I'm going to sit up here next to him, okay?
Objection, counsel.
No.
Please. Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
What does this, this picture here show?
Objection.
Overruled.
A city council meeting in session.
And this says here 4/15/25. Do you have any reason to believe that this was not the a recording of the city council meeting that occurred on tax day this year?
Objection.
Overruled.
Right. We can wait just a minute. Can you pick him up there? I didn't hear that. Yeah, if you could you move that microphone, please, Mr. We hear you. Please, thank you.
I was asking him to clarify the question.
Does this fair and accurately show a recording from the city council meeting, which would have taken place on April 15, 2025?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did you hear that? He said yeah.
Mayor, if you could speak up a little bit, please, for her benefit. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point, only because, to keep the record clear, Councilmember Payne in his comments misstated the law. The law with respect to this issue is that the minutes have to be done, not posted. They don't have to be put on a website or anything. They just have to be subject for review. So I'm raising that objection just so we know that Councilmember Payne has misstated the law.
Mr. Morgan, please.
Disagree with saying that he misstated the law. I think I've read the law, and it says what it says. That's not exact. This is a matter that can be cleared up on cross if it is felt to be.
I disagree. We got the statute here. Just let me rifle through here and we'll get it out.
Please.
Jeff, you could.
61, 835.
835, there it is. There she is. I think it's. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may, please.
I think that's the one.
This is what this statute says with respect to minutes. No disrespect to Councilmember Payne. I'm not saying it's not a good idea.
Okay, what was the statement he made? I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
He said that they have to be posted on the city's website. They do not.
And your response to that, Mr. Morgan, please?
I think that, I don't think that Councilman Payne is making some statement about what the law is requiring. I think he's also pointing out what's just good governance. Fact remains, what I took from Councilman Payne's point or question was that this wasn't getting done, period, whether it was being put on a website or written on a rock. It just is not getting done. What are we going to do about it?
Okay. The statute says they'll be promptly recorded, which I assume they were, and records shall be open to public inspection at reasonable times, not later than immediately following the next meeting, which has been the procedure we discussed under Robert's rules since the beginning of time. But it doesn't say what public inspection means. So I would take that to mean availability. If someone went by the clerk's office and wanted to see them, that they would be available for inspection. So that's how I see so if he said something contrary to that, that was inaccurate. Okay?
All right, so I guess we'll make that as Exhibit 2 for us.
Response to, thank you.
Objection to that being.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
May I proceed?
Please, yes, sir.
Is the one that is to transcribe the minutes, given the nature of what's going on, he is extremely swamped with all down. And unfortunately, that's a duty that the clerk does, that we can't sub that out to anybody else.
So if offered to train your staff on using that Monterey AI tool, that's something we can try.
So in 2023, we tried a system like that, but it did not work. We have, every microphone is completely hot right here, right now, so it picks up any and every little thing. And we experimented for a month or two in 2023, and what it says is not, if you can watch the video, and what's being transcribed is not even remotely close. So we had issues with it the first time we tried.
Okay, well, I offered that system, but I didn't hear anything back, so I didn't know.
I was not informed.
I have an email. I sent it to you and for Brandy.
I thought you said you wanted to have a discussion about this thing else.
I asked that you would like to use, to help train your staff on using that app, which I think it will work. Every time I use it, it works perfect. So I think AI is definitely, technology is very, very enhanced and able to do these types of, you can actually also transcribe it straight off the YouTube site if you want to use the UTEP 2 transcription. You can use it straight from there, but there's multiple things that can help your staff run more efficiently. And I think, we need to get these minutes out. So whatever we need to do to get these minutes out, reviewed by the council here, and completed, I would appreciate that.
Yes, so, Kentucky State Statute 61.835 requires the minutes of action taken at every meeting of any such public agency to set forth an accurate record of votes and actions at such meeting, and that the minutes shall be promptly recorded, and such record shall be open to public inspection at reasonable times, no later than immediately following the next meeting of the body. So, I mean, are you okay, like, breaking the law like that?
Objection at this point, without having seen this. So if we're going to keep playing this, let's review it first. Let's take a recess, review it. I mean, that is terribly inappropriate. And let's think about how inappropriate it is. So council attempts to levy charges originally on April 1st illegally. They try to rectify the problem on April the 7th. And here we are. After they've served you notice of the charge, here we are showing a meeting from April 15th. Right? We've not provided any advance notice of this. So this is a hearing by ambush. So if we're going to continue this, let's take a recess and watch the video in its entirety.
Thank you. Response, Mr. Morgan, please.
Council, Mayor was present. I don't know whether council was present. They frequently have attended these meetings before. This is a public record. I got it publicly available. I don't think we need to take any break.
I disagree. Here's why. Again, April 1, April 7, charges are provided to us. no mention in here at all of this issue with the April 15th meeting. You got to have some type of reasonable notice. Due process demands that.
What's the length of this hearing, of that
I've
tape
got
there?
about 4 more minutes.
That's fine.
So let-
I'll accommodate Mr. Otis's request and take a brief meeting in the back there and watch over this where the attorneys can look at before we present it to the public. If we can do that, thank you. We'll recess for about 5 or 6 minutes. Thank you. The mayor, council, Mr. Morton, ready to continue, sir?
Fingers crossed. I need my aid.
While
Okay.
he's doing that, Judge, after reviewing it, just the only other objection I'd make for record purposes only is that we're to ask can't give any weight to the council members, assessment of the law and what they believe their legal interpretation of the law is for the purposes of this hearing.
Yeah, fairly said. Mr. Morgan, you have no response to that, I would assume, is that correct?
I agree.
Yeah, they can't. So that would be insignificant, quite frankly. Thank you, Mr. Otis. Get it back up, or did,
Well, it says, check the,
he's back now. He's back. Were you looking for Mr. Simpson? Judge Executive Simpson, he may have it.
yep, there we go. He's a multitasking guy there. He's got waters.
He does do that, that's true.
Just making, I want to restart this. You got the remote? Yes. Maybe this will work. Yes, sir.
Sure.
May I go ahead, Judge?
You may, Your Honor. Yes, sir, Mr. Morgan, please. I want the record to reflect our Deputy Judge Executive at full service as well. Thank you. Please go ahead.
And the next meeting of the body. So, I mean, are you okay by bringing the law? No. However, given the circumstance of what's going on with the clerk's office and the issues that we're still trying to resolve and rectify, what do you think by now? Maybe we should probably come up with some kind of solution, whether it's AI or something else. Maybe having someone else in the clerk's office here, doing just a minute. The clerk, by law, is supposed to report the results. Clerk, doing the clerk, or acting. So then maybe someone comes and reports, and she says, I mean, I don't know, I'm not the mayor, but certainly by now, to me, you should have had a solution. The previous clerk was here until end of February, and still had done 2 months' worth of work, so you're 2 months behind there. And now you're just, I mean, when are we doing these things? We were already mid-April, and it's, I mean, it's just falling behind more and more. We gotta keep this, now, okay? And I know, Lisa, this is a number of ways, there's gotta be an alternative solution.
Mr. Hickman, is this true for breaking the law?
In what regard?
By not getting those minutes out?
Councilman, this is correct. The statutes require, these are the only statute that require the minutes to be prepared and approved by the mayor, not the city council. I don't know if this is a custom that is not uncommon. A lot of
It says specifically, shall be open to public inspection at reasonable times, no later than immediately following the next meeting of the body.
That is correct, but the problem with the custom that you and other cities have is to delay those minutes until they're approved by the city council. The statutes do not provide for the minutes to be approved by the city council. They provide that they
adopted that requires the council's approval of the minutes. But it's not on me, so you.
Record folks not in front of me, I think that it's been, Mr. Wick can probably help me with that. Typically, always in the past, you have a month's worth of meeting, being two of them. It's regularly scheduled, when you call the following month, those minutes will go to the next regularly scheduled council meeting for approval. You have access to them long before we do. Have them, put them in the packet, you approve them the first Monday meeting of the month. That's always been standard, so it sounds correct.
I'm not familiar with your discussions were, but that is not what the statute requires. The statute requires, does not provide for the approval of the minutes by the council at all. It's the function of the clerk and the mayor to do that before the next council meeting and to make them available to the public immediately after that.
So they approve, so we never have to see them again, is that what you're saying?
That's what the statute requires.
Is that what the statute says in our code of ordinance book says?
I don't know about your code of ordinance.
Then the code of ordinance book, I think is where you need to look.
Fix your
Did
microphone.
you hear the questions from the council, Mr. Mayor, about whose job it is to do these minutes? Did you hear those questions?
Objection.
Overruled.
I heard the questions, yes.
Okay. And what did you understand the answer, whether it was from what you had in mind or what the city's council said, whose job it is to do these minutes?
Objection.
Overruled.
Can you restate that question?
Whose job is it to do the minutes?
Objection.
Overruled.
The clerk.
Not the clerk and mayor?
Objection.
Overruled.
The mayor signs off on the minutes.
Okay. Did you hear the city council, the city lawyer say clerk does it, mayor only signs off?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't think that was the end of the conversation when you stopped the video.
Well, if you want to play more, you can. I want to keep this thing moving, though.
Objection to the comments.
When you said
Sustained.
that this, did you hear yourself in this recording from the April 15 meeting? When a council member asked about these minutes, you replying, "It's not on me."
Objection.
Overruled.
I'll have to go back and play the video. I do not recall hearing that.
Okay. Do you agree with me, though, that regardless of whether it's the clerk's job to write up the minutes and the mayor's job to review and improve, regardless, the minutes are supposed to be available to us, to the public, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And you agree with me, under the statute, I think the KRS 61-835 was introduced, that says that this shall happen, and that makes this a duty. Do you agree with me on that?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yeah, I learned about that on the April 15th meeting.
What do you mean by that?
Objection.
Overruled.
I was not aware of the fact that it had to be published by no later than the immediately following the next meeting of the body.
Well, then, why did you have a sit-down conversation with the clerk about getting these minutes done if you didn't recognize the urgency of this?
Objection.
Overruled.
Typically, the minutes are presented to council once a month, as I stated before, and I knew that that was important to still continue to do, because that's the way the city has done that for the last 2 years. That's what I was told the process is in which we do this. So despite the clerk not providing that paperwork, I still felt that that needed to be done. I knew that by law, we had to create minutes. I didn't know that they needed to be published immediately following the next meeting.
Okay. Well, you do recognize, and you told me at the beginning of your testimony, you've been through training about how to be a mayor, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes?
And you have the ability to talk to council, you can call somebody at the League of Cities, you can go online, you can Google information about how to run a meeting and how to be a mayor, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, you can do all of those things.
And you know that the statute and the ordinances place it on the mayor to make sure the job gets done and that laws are being followed, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Under the duties of the mayor, yes.
You've heard of the saying, the buck stops here. Buck stops, as far as the city of Williamstown, the buck stops with the mayor, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And you are aware that actions taken in violation of the Open Meetings Act are potentially voidable, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm well aware of that.
And yet, when we look at the statute that says that meetings shall be posted, and that minutes are not getting posted, you are putting the actions of this council at risk
Objection.
because these minutes have not been made available,
Objection.
correct?
Overruled.
Finding out about that on April 15th, the answer is yes.
Oh, you're
Prior
saying
to April 15th, that answer would be no.
you didn't know that?
I was not made aware of the statute, like I said before.
Well, help me understand that as a mayor, what did you do before becoming a mayor? Were you involved in city politics? Were you on council, anything like that?
No,
Objection.
No?
Overruled.
no,
Okay. Have you been involved in any other public agency before becoming mayor?
Objection.
Overruled.
no.
Thank you.
So you just simply did not know that the minutes of the council meetings weren't supposed to be made available, correct?
Objection.
Objection to the question. Weren't supposed to be made available. I think they were supposed to be made available.
I know they were supposed to be made available. I did not know that they were
Overruled. Thank you.
supposed to be made available immediately following the next meeting, which I've stated repeatedly.
And you took no steps to try to figure out when they were to be made available?
Objection.
Overruled.
Typically, we review meeting minutes once a month.
Okay. But yet, we've got a council member, at least one, in writing, emailing you, offering for help. And you say, well, we'll get to that. I
Judge?
think you say, we will work on this.
Judge, objection for previous, or the
Overruled on that part. What else, please?
second one. I mean, we're beating a dead horse here. This has been asked and answered like 10 different ways.
Mr. Morgan?
Judge, I think it's very relevant to his state of mind. I mean, we're all very familiar with ignorance of the law is no excuse, particularly for someone who is the chief executive in that jurisdiction.
Please finish up. Overrule at this point. Thank you.
Those are the only questions I have for you right now, Mayor.
Thank you.
Judge, at
Cross,
this
please.
point then, I'm going to ask for a 20-minute recess. A lot of the data that was elicited during his examination, never heard of before. So I need an opportunity to confer with co-counsel to assimilate the data.
Response, Mr. Morgan. Benny.
That's fine. But we're going to work through lunch, right?
We are, and to that end, I assume,
I don't even know.
to get it done, if anyone wants to bring, of course, again, we don't want to mess up the room and have the judge executive unhappy with us, but if you want to bring something back, drink or eat or whatever, feel free to do so as best you can and be comfortable. That's the main thing. So about 20 minutes, we'll start back, but just come back comfortable in that range, okay? Work for everyone?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the record should reflect that city council has all returned to the room for the public hearing. Is the petitioner ready to continue?
Yes, sir.
And respondent ready to continue?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. Your next witness, I'm sorry, we had cross from you, Mr. Otis, I believe, of the mayor.
Reserve on Mayor
Okay.
Cooper for our case in chief.
Very good, thank you. Your next witness then, Mr. Morgan, if you please.
Vivian Link.
Thank you. Vivian Link, please. Ms. Link, if you'll step up here where the mayor is sitting, please. If you'll hold up your right hand, please.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
Ma'am, for the record, please state your name.
Objection.
Overruled.
Vivian Link.
Ms. Link, you were former city clerk for the city of Williamstown, correct?
That is correct.
Objection, not standard objection, and as to leading.
Overruled and overruled. Please go ahead.
About how long were you city clerk?
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm going to say maybe 25 years.
You must have started when you were,
Well, the first 3
Teenager.
years I was account clerk.
Objection, just for
and-
the record to that question.
and
Sorry.
Overruled, thank you.
about when did you stop being clerk?
Objection.
June
Overruled.
last year.
As I understand it, when you left in June of 2024, you left the books, financial records for the city of Williamstown in a state because you knew that an audit was going to be performed in July or August, something like that, of 2024, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Objections.
Overruled.
What was your
I'm
understanding?
also adding objections to leading, and it's a compound question. He's testifying in the form of the question, right?
Overruled for purposes of expediency, this being a hearing. If it goes into something what I consider substantive, then I'll seriously consider that as well.
Yes.
All right? Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
What was your understanding of the outcome of that audit, of the books that you left when you left office?
Objection.
From what I
Overruled.
understand, when the audit was performed for that fiscal year, I think everything was perfectly fine and the city was in good shape.
Okay. When, I'm guessing in the 20-some-odd years that you worked as clerk, about how many mayors with whom did you work?
Objection.
Overruled.
I think 4.
Okay. You are currently reemployed by the city of Williamstown, correct?
Yes.
Objection.
Doing what?
Overruled.
Objection.
Accounting.
Overruled.
When you say you're doing accounting, what do you mean?
Objection.
I'm entering a lot of the deposits, it appears since July 1st of last year, a lot of deposits that have came in have not been recorded in, as journal entries. A lot of the payroll information, there was no payroll entries recorded from July 1st, and just basically, it's like starting over, just trying to get everything in order so a proper audit could be done.
What do you mean, using the payroll as an example, that no entries? Give us an idea what you found or didn't find.
Well, looking
Overruled.
at the budget tracking reports, when I first looked at them, there was zeros for every department, as if nobody had been, received any pay. And we know that didn't happen, so just, I guess the former clerk just didn't think that was a priority and didn't keep track and update it so you can see, how much you've got left. If you've got 3 months to go, you need to know how much money is in that line item.
Right. Based on your knowledge, your training, your experience, would the mayor have been in a position to have seen this lack of information in the payroll tracker?
Objection.
I would
Overruled?
think so, because I would think anybody that got a budget
Judge Newman have to
tracking,
object to speculation based on the start of her answer. She would think so?
Response, please.
Well, I'm asking for her opinion, and that's what she's providing, what she thinks. And this is based on her training and education and experience.
But he's asking her to speculate as to what he could or could not do, or what he knew or did not know.
I think her position is such that her knowledge is such that she's in a position to answer this question. Overruled. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Ms. Link.
yes, I think that you could look at the budget tracking reports and see that there's information missing, whether it's revenues, whether it's the payroll expense for the whole entire city. But anybody that, if you're provided with that report, should be able to see that.
Did you ever talk to the mayor about this lack of information, or bring this to his attention either at the time after July 24, after you left, or up until since you've been rehired to remake the books?
Since I've been,
Overruled. Please go.
yes, since I've been rehired, I've been trying to keep everybody updated, the mayor and council, as different things that we have found out as we've been moving along.
What have you said to the mayor about this, and what did he say in response?
Objection.
Overruled.
Well, as far as, we talked about the payroll, as far as, the amount of overtime that was paid out. And I don't recall him making a comment to me about it.
Given your experience in working with other mayors over the years, and you worked for some period of time, at least a year and a half, with Mayor Christopher, how would you characterize his frequency of coming into the office, at the mayor's office?
Objection. for
How often
standing.
was he here?
Objection.
Overruled on the basic part. The number of times he was there, I think she could probably estimate that. Please.
Well, but the mayor's office is totally separate from the clerk's office. So, I mean, he could have been in his office and the clerk's office wouldn't have been aware of it. Now, the only time that we would know he's not there is if we took something up there to be signed, maybe an executive order or some checks. And then if he wasn't there, that's when we would be told, oh, well, he's not coming in today, or,
How about your experience with previous mayors compared to Mayor Christopher in terms of frequency in the office and ability to communicate?
Objection is standard.
Yeah, overruled on the standard. Go ahead, please.
Objection is to the relevance of how other mayors conduct themselves as compared to Mayor Christopher. It's completely irrelevant.
Response,
Goes
Mr.
to
Quinn.
the issue of his willful neglect. If he's not coming into the office, he's not there to sign orders or talk with the clerk, that has a bearing to whatever extent the council feels.
I'll allow her to answer the question, understanding subject to cross-examination as it relates to the fact that in the modern age, offices are not what they used to be as far as people are concerned. So please go ahead.
So I wouldn't know if he was in or not, but I would say if in relationship to other mayors, they usually would try to let the clerk's office know if they were going to be going out of town, or, I've got this going on, is there anything you need signed? But I really didn't see him a whole lot.
What's your understanding of the amount of overtime pay that was made by the city to its employees in general, and in particular, the fire chief, ex-fire chief, and the ex-city clerk?
Objection.
Overruled.
Well, I can say as far as the fire chief, while I was there, the fire chief did not get paid overtime. He accumulated comp time. So I don't know, when I saw that, I didn't know if maybe something had changed, because I had been retired since June 1st of last year. But as far as the amount of overtime for the former clerk, I couldn't imagine having that much overtime in 1 month's time. I don't think that, I feel like if it was me doing it, I would have got caught, you know?
What do you mean you would have got caught?
Somebody would have noticed that I was, you know, getting 80 hours overtime a month.
In particular, and at the same time, the data's not been put into the system, right?
Right. Like I said, it appears,
Objection.
Objection. Yep, I mean, overruled. As to the previous question, overruled as well. Please go ahead.
as it appears to me so far, and I've only been back to work since the last week in March, and I do have limited hours I am working, but it appears that there's been little to nothing done since July 1st.
You mentioned that when you were clerk, the fire chief was not supposed to get overtime. Have you been made aware, seen an ordinance, a rule, an executive order, or anything that has been shown to you as, well, here's why he was getting overtime as opposed to comp time?
No, I have not.
Overruled.
Are you familiar with late payments? Or let me put it this way, are you familiar with overdraft being levied against the city accounts for insufficient funds?
Objection.
Overruled.
Haven't had time actually to review all the statements yet, but the one I do think on the payroll account, I think it was overdrawn a few times that I noticed.
What is a budget tracker system, ma'am?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's a report that is generated, you know, just simply to help you keep track of what you have in your budget and what has been spent in your budget, and like way to keep track of revenues. But some of the things that show up on that are generated, like the money we collect from utility bills. Now, we have the system that we have, the money that comes in for utility bills automatically will flow over. But like there's still manual journal entries that has to be done, and like for instance, payroll and different deposits that come in for the general fund that have to be entered. But it's a very important report, I think, and it should be looked at. And I mean, I think it should be supplied to mayor and council monthly.
Objection, move to strike. What her feelings are about these reports are irrelevant to this proceedings, what the law is.
Response, please.
Well, if I may ask her a follow-up as to why does she feel that way?
You may, please.
Objection.
Why do you feel that way?
Overruled.
Should be provided to the mayor and council monthly?
Well,
Objection for standard, and objection is irrelevance, what her feelings are.
I'll let her answer. Overruled.
well, it gives you an idea of how well the city is doing for that given month. You can see how much money has came in and how much money was collected for a particular month. And then it also, you can look at it and see how much money was expensed too. So I think it's a very important report to look at.
Objection's overruled. Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
Based on your education, training, and experience and being a clerk, is it fair to say that the mayor gets the first overview of, in this case, the budget tracker, and the council gets basically what the mayor gives the council?
Objection.
Overruled.
I can't answer that because while I was there, I made sure the mayor and council both got it at the same time. It was included in their packets. Now, if something has changed, I wouldn't have any clue.
Okay. When you were clerk, did you participate or did you participate in putting minutes of the meetings, printing them in paper, making them available to the public, or otherwise putting them on the website, just generally making them available?
Yes.
How often?
Objection.
They were
Roll.
usually approved at the regular council meeting each month.
Okay. So, for example, you got 1 month where you got the regular at the beginning of the month, and then the special, or I'm sorry, the regular called towards the middle of the month, and then those 2 minutes or meetings would get reviewed and changed or approved at the next month's first regular called meeting.
Yes,
Objection.
that's correct.
Overruled.
Is that something that you would work with the mayor on doing?
Objection.
Overruled.
I mean, once they're approved, he has to sign them,
Approved by whom?
Objection.
city council.
Right.
Overruled.
So this is really a collaborative process where the minutes are created, council reviews, if they approve, they're to be signed.
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled.
Those are the only questions I have for you, Ms. Link. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Otis, Mr. Voss, please.
Without waiving our objection to the hearing proceeding, we'll ask questions.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Link, when did you officially retire from the city as a full-time clerk?
June 1st, 2024.
And then you said, I think I heard you say that when you left on June 1st of 2024, everything was in good working order.
Yes.
All right. And when you say that, you mean finances, budget issues, anything that you can imagine that would fall under the executive function was going the way it should have?
As far as I knew, yes, it was.
And how long had you been working with Mayor Christopher when you retired on June the 1st of 2024?
I'm going to say a year and a half.
So for a year and a half, you and Mr. Christopher kept the city running in good order, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, after you retired, are you aware of who replaced you?
Yes.
Who replaced you?
Alex Cummins.
Now, Ms. Cummins, did she work in the office in some other function other than city clerk at the time that you retired?
Yes, she came to work in the clerk's office probably, I'm going to say, 4 months before I officially retired. Probably, she came 6 months, but then she had a child, so she was out for about 6 weeks.
And did for lack of a better terminology, ma'am, did Alex Cummins like shadow you in your job as city clerk?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make it known to her that there are statutes in play that make sure that the mayor and the city do certain things to make sure that the city runs? As vague as that just sounded.
Yes, I tried to explain as much as I could to her.
Now, we heard Mr. Morgan ask you about responsibilities in the office, especially regarding minutes. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Let-
Thank you.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what I believe we have already marked as our Exhibit 2, which is KRS 61835.
You have. You have, thank you.
Ma'am, I know you're not a lawyer. Can you identify that top document by title? What does it read?
Minutes to be recorded, open to public.
Okay. So when you were responsible as city clerk for making sure that the minutes got properly recorded, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you transcribe those minutes into a Word document or
Yes.
some other word processing document?
Yes, I did.
And it was the city of Williamstown custom to submit those minutes to the council for their review. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, is there anything in that statute that says that you have to do that? You have to give the minutes to city council?
It doesn't say that in the statute, but I do know when I went to the municipal clerk school, they give you a really good overview and classes on what to do, and
It's a common custom. A
Yes.
lot of cities in Kentucky, in other states for that matter, it's a common custom to have the minutes of a meeting reviewed and approved by council, right? It's normal,
yes.
right? But that also slows things down, right?
Not usually,
Right, well, so if you come out of a meeting, a city meeting, you immediately transcribe the minutes and you leave them at the record room for review. I mean, they're immediately ready for review. If you do them right after the meeting, rather than wait for an entire another meeting cycle to come around, have council review them and sign off on them. Would you agree with me?
well, I don't think that would be the proper procedure.
But that's what you guys do, right? You guys prepare the minutes, wait for the next city meeting, present them to council for review, for them to sign off on.
Oh, yes,
So it definitely slows down the process, at least by a couple weeks. Right? That's normal. That's what you guys do. Is that correct?
yes, because I think, to me, I think they have to be approved by council.
Okay. But you acknowledge that there's nothing in the statute
No.
that says that, right?
The statute doesn't say that.
Now, in your position as city clerk, did Mayor Christopher consistently rely on you for accurate data or accurate information?
Yes,
If you so chose, right, if you chose to act in such a manner, you could withhold or alter data that you provided to Mayor Christopher, couldn't you?
I don't see how it could.
You don't think that you could, you don't think you could tell Mr. Christopher a lie and hope you get away with it? You don't think you could have done that?
No, that's not who I am.
I'm not talking about who you are as a person. I'm just saying, is it possible in your position you could have withheld information from Mr. Christopher and he'd been none the wiser?
I guess if you're that type of person, yes.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting you are. I'm just suggesting that a city clerk, you're sitting in a position of power, right? You're the gatekeeper for a significant amount of information for the city. Would you agree with me?
Yes, I do believe the clerk's office is the hub of the city.
And as the hub of the city, if you were that type of person, which I am not suggesting you are, you could have provided Mayor Christopher false information, or you could have withheld information, and you could have really negatively impacted potentially a whole city function, couldn't you?
I suppose so.
Right, so let's say, let's use the budget tracker report as an example. If a city clerk, right, not you, not you, I'm not suggesting you would do anything like this, but if a city clerk decided not to input accurate information into a budget tracker report, that could negatively impact the city. Fair?
Yes,
And as someone who is the hub of the city, if you chose to not only not input data correctly, but hide data in its entirety, you could really negatively impact the city.
oh,
Correct?
definitely.
All right. Now, let's talk about how employees got paid on your watch as city clerk. Do you guys, the city of Williamstown employ a payroll company?
Yes, we do have they have a payroll company.
Who is your payroll company?
It is Paul Maddox, CPA.
All right, so Paul Maddox CPA gets data from the city clerk, and based upon that data cuts checks to those employees.
Yeah, they're direct deposit.
All right, so it's all direct deposit. And so those direct deposit checks, they do not cross the mayor's desk first, right? They do not do that. They go straight from CPA to bank, then to employee, correct?
Right, but the mayor still would have had to sign the executive order, and it should have had a check register attached to it, as well as the checks for the transfer into the payroll
Well, I get that,
account.
But that happened way back early in his, when he took the oath of
Yes.
office back in January of 23, or thereabouts. He executed that executive order to make sure that his employees continue to get paid, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, if somebody altered or amended an executive order behind the mayor's back, that could alter how employees got paid,
Oh, yes.
all right? If an employee altered payroll data to Mr. Maddox wouldn't really be none the wiser. He wouldn't know to call and ask questions about it, would he?
No.
So all it takes is one bad actor
Yes,
and really screw a lot of things up for the mayor and the city.
yes,
Agreed?
I agree.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Just a
Mr.
few.
Morgan, please.
Thank you. Ms. Link, it's true that one bad actor can make a mess of things, particularly when no one's watching what's going on,
Judge, I'm going
correct?
to object.
That is correct.
Not only standard objection, but to the form of the question.
Overruled on the standard objection. Sustained on the other objection.
Ms. Link, you mentioned that the city clerk is something of the hub of the city. The mayor's office and the mayor's job is to oversee the hub, right?
Objection.
True.
Overruled.
Ms. Link, did you ever text message with the mayor, Christopher, about various things at City Hall?
Objection.
Overruled.
I can't recall if I have. I think, maybe he's texted me and requested something while he was, maybe at a different function.
Right,
But other than that, no.
okay. So it would be uncommon for you you didn't have many text messages with Mayor Christopher.
No, I did not.
Did you with other mayors?
Overruled.
No, I did not.
Second objection to the
Overruled.
When you were city clerk, do you recall Mayor Christopher ever telling you to not talk to the council?
Judge, objection, standard. Objection.
Overruled on first.
Outside the scope of my cross-examination.
Response.
This is well within, we're being asked about the hub of the city, and this is within scope.
I think it probably fits. Please go ahead. Overruled, please go ahead.
No, he never did ask me to not speak with any of the council members.
Show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 1, and ask you if you have ever received a text message like that from this mayor, or
Objection.
for that matter, anybody else.
Objection.
Basis of your objection, please.
Standard objection and,
Yeah, the first overruled, please.
and that's the only one I'm making at this time.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
No.
And then, those are the only questions I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Recross, Mr.
Just a moment to talk to
You may, yes, sir, please.
Yes. Yes. No, sir. Nothing further.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Link. You may step down. Thank you for your time and testimony. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness, please.
Lisa Clifton.
Thank you. Lisa Clifton, present. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Cleve. If you'd hold up your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat.
Ma'am, for the record, please state your name and your occupation.
Lisa
Objection
Clifton.
for the record.
So noted. Overruled.
Lisa Clifton, Assistant City Clerk.
How long have you been working as Assistant City Clerk?
Objection.
Overruled.
February, Assistant Clerk, June.
June of '24, I'm sorry,
Yes,
okay. Had you ever worked with Vivian Link when she was clerk?
yes.
Okay, for how long? Approximately
Overruled.
how long?
I started in March of 2022
Okay. In the clerk's
in
office?
the clerk's office.
And then became
Overruled.
Assistant City Clerk in June of '24?
Objection.
Overruled.
And then became, what's your title since February or thereabouts of 2025?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's still Assistant City Clerk. I'm acting City Clerk.
Okay. You heard Ms. Link talk about her job here is that she's doing now by trying to figure out the books, right?
Correct.
Objection.
Overruled.
How does that mesh with what you're doing at the clerk's office?
Objection.
Overruled.
As far as her working, or,
Yeah.
okay. She's coming in at night, but there's a lot of things that were not done. So it affects every day in the office, as far as keeping up with the books, the bank accounts.
Well, let's talk about bank accounts. Are you aware of the city having overdrafts for bounced
Objection.
checks?
Overruled.
Yes,
And that's since you've been clerk in February of '25.
Objection.
there hasn't
Overruled.
been any overdrafts.
None since
None since
you
February.
came in. Well, good.
Overruled.
You want to object to that?
No, you're fine.
And since you came in February of '25, are you aware of any overtime payments having been made to the clerk or to the fire chief?
Objection.
Overruled.
Currently or in the
Correct.
past?
Currently, since February of '25, have there been, to your knowledge, have there been any overtime payments to fire chief, clerk?
Objection.
Fire chief,
Overruled.
no.
Okay. And I'm guessing that, and you're aware of this, Ms. Link she's being paid for her work, right?
Correct.
And she
Overruled.
mentioned another person is assisting her. That person is also being paid, correct?
Correct.
Overruled.
And this is being done because the work wasn't done before, right?
Objection.
That's correct.
Overruled.
Ma'am, has Mayor Christopher ever said anything to you about you not talking to the council? If they got any questions, you can't talk to them, they need to talk to him directly, anything along those lines?
Objection.
Yes.
Overruled.
What has he said in that regard?
Objection.
Overruled.
He just always says not to talk to them. If they have questions, they need to come to him. If they want records, they need to do an open records request.
Do you text message with the mayor?
Objection.
Overruled.
Every once in a while.
Okay. Let me show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 1 and ask you if you've ever received a text message along these lines from Mayor Christopher.
Objection.
Overruled.
No, I have not.
Ms. Clifton, on Friday of last week, I think it was the 18th, Friday, April 18th, you posted the location of this meeting up at, where did you post the location for this meeting, that had changed from the Justice Center to this location? Where did you put those posts, notices?
The municipal building and our building, as well as on Facebook and on YouTube, Facebook, sorry.
Okay. None in this on this
No.
building?
No.
Just objects for the record.
Overruled. Thank you.
Has anyone come to City Hall today saying that they didn't know where the mayor's hearing was today?
Objection.
Overruled.
Had anybody come to your office saying, where is it?
I have not had anybody, no.
Overruled.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you. Ms.
Thank you.
Clifton.
Cross, please.
May I have
Yes, sir, please.
Without waiving my objection to this hearing.
Sure.
I will ask questions.
Noted. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Clifton, how long have you been working for the city?
Since March of 2022.
So in March of 2022, you were there with Ms. Link, and was Alex Cummins working for the city at that point in time as well?
She was not.
Right. And so let's fast forward to when Ms. Link retired, right? You heard her testify that the city was in good working order as a result of her and Mayor Christopher's working relationship. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So who took over the city clerk role, if you know, after Ms. Link left?
Alex Cummins.
Now, Alex Cummins, does she still work for the city?
She does not.
Why doesn't she work for the city, if you know?
She resigned
When did Alex resign?
February 19th.
Of this year?
Yes.
And did you take over the responsibilities that Ms. Cummins originally would have had she stayed in office?
Yes.
And what did you discover from taking over for Ms. Cummins' role with respect to payroll, meeting minutes, things of that nature?
There was a lot of things that were not completed. Lots of unpaid bills.
All right. Now, do you know when Alex Cummins started acting as city clerk? Would that have been in June of '24?
June of 24.
And you take over in February of '25, right?
Correct.
So that's approximately about 8 months that Ms. Cummins was operating as the hub of the city.
Correct.
Right? Now, you've heard Mr. Morgan and City Council levy accusations that some folks got paid overtime who weren't authorized or eligible to receive it. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
All right. Do you know what they're talking about?
Yes.
All right, so let's start there. Number one, who allegedly received unauthorized overtime payments?
The fire chief,
What's the fire chief's name?
Josh Willoughby.
Josh Willoughby received unauthorized overtime payments. Is that what you're saying?
That's what was discussed.
And then, do you know if Chief Willoughby actually received unauthorized overtime payments?
He received overtime payments.
And those were not authorized by Mayor Christopher, were they?
He signed the executive orders.
And then, didn't Chief Willoughby also get hazardous pay that he wasn't supposed to get?
I believe he was receiving hazardous overtime pay.
And that was as a result of the misdeeds of Miss Alex Cummins, right? She's the one that made that happen.
Correct.
She kind of slipped that one under the Mayor Christopher's nose, didn't she?
Correct.
Now, did Miss Cummins pay herself any unauthorized overtime?
She received overtime.
And again, she slipped that under the mayor's nose too, didn't she? She got that past him, because Mark certainly didn't authorize that.
He signs the executive order, and he's also supposed to approve time cards that would show the overtime.
Okay, well, let's talk about your and Mayor Christopher's relationship. What you do, he relies on you to give him accurate information, correct?
Correct.
Just as he relied on Miss Link to give him accurate information. Right?
Correct.
So it stands to reason that he would obviously rely on Miss Cummins to give him accurate information. Is that a fair statement?
It's a fair statement.
And so unless something was just open and obviously wrong, there's no way he could possibly know something bad was happening. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
How did it come to light that Ms. Cummins and Chief Willoughby, former Chief Willoughby, I should say, were receiving overtime payments when they should?
When did it come to light?
Yes.
It was when, I guess, everything kind of started falling apart. That's when everybody started kind of talking that, they weren't supposed to be getting overtime pay.
All right. So let's go back to this executive order that you previously referenced. Now, this executive order, it covers the payroll for all city employees, correct? Not just specifically former Chief Willoughby or former Clerk Cummins, right? Everyone's on it, right?
The executive order has payroll listed, and then there's a payroll detail that has every employee on it.
And so, with everyone being listed on there, unless you knew something was amiss, there's really nothing that you would know to look for, correct?
I mean, I would think you would look at it.
Well, I get that, right? But if you're being told that everything's correct, you have no real reason to question it. Would you agree with that?
If I was going to sign an executive order, I would make sure that I knew what I was signing.
All right, so you're saying he should rely on his employees. Is that what you're saying, right?
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that he had it in front of him and he should have looked at everything. He had that before he signed it.
All right. But if someone's doing something wrong, right, and they can mask it and slip it past somebody, that's, unfortunately that happens, right?
It could happen, yes.
Now, let's talk about the minutes.
Okay.
So when you took over in February of 2025, had Ms. Cummins prepared the minutes for January and February's meetings?
Her January meetings were finished. She was waiting on corrections from the council had told her to correct them, and she had not corrected them.
Okay, so she had completed the minutes, but it's sent them on to council, right? Council said, we don't like paragraph 1, 2, 3,
And
just as an example.
Correct.
Right, they shipped them back to be finished. Before they could be finished, she resigned.
Correct.
So you inherited a bit of a problem as acting clerk, right?
Correct.
So you got unfinished January minutes, unfinished February minutes. Obviously, you're jumping in February. Ms. Cummins left a significant mess. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
Right? She wasn't reconciling bank accounts. She wasn't doing all the things that she's supposed to be doing as a clerk. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Now, do you understand what your responsibilities are as clerk?
Yes.
Your responsibilities are, you have an insane amount of responsibility as city clerk.
Correct.
And one of those is, just one is minutes, keeping minutes for a city. Two is reconciling to the bank statements, right? And if the prior city clerk wasn't getting the job done, created havoc by not doing her duty, right? That negatively impacts everybody, right? Negatively impacts the mayor, council, potentially the citizens at large, right?
Correct.
So if she's not doing her job, if she's being a bad actor, that negatively impacts everyone, agreed?
Agreed.
And between you and Mayor Christopher, you discovered this, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what did the mayor do the moment he discovered that Alex Cummins was a bad actor?
He started looking into things.
That's great, he started investigating.
Correct.
And he discovered a bunch of bad things that Ms. Cummins had done, is that correct?
Correct.
And he said, you can resign or we're going to fire you, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that option, Ms. Cummins chose to resign to save whatever face she could. Fair enough?
Yes.
Let's talk about the fire chief, right? Fire chief was in on this with Ms. Cummins, was he not?
Yes. I don't know that they were in.
Well, let's just talk about the white elephant in the room. They were engaged in an extramarital affair with one another. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And they admitted it. As a matter of fact, they got caught, didn't they?
Yes.
Right? And them being caught engaging in this extramarital affair, that was the first domino that started all the bad stuff that we're dealing with here today. Right?
Correct.
So it's not the mayor's domino, it's Alex Cummins and Chief Willoughby's domino. Fair?
Yes.
Just that example. Right?
Okay.
So, one of the individuals receiving pay when he shouldn't was Chief Willoughby, and the person responsible for making sure Chief Willoughby got paid was his lover, Alex Cummins, right?
Correct.
So she broke the law to assist, I don't know if they're still together, but to assist her, at least her former paramount, Fair?
Yes.
Mayor Christopher didn't know anything about it until mid-February when they got caught at the KLC convention. Is that fair?
I will object to that. That does invite, unless she knows, unless the mayor told her he didn't know and showed her some proof of that.
Response, thank you. If you'll correct, please. Thank you, Mr. Otis.
If you know, it was, I think it was a January KLC function, not February, so I stand corrected. That's when it came to light that they were engaged in this extramarital affair.
That is when it came to light. I believe that we all knew, everybody in the city building, if you worked there, you knew that was going on.
So you think that their affair was open and obvious?
Yes.
All right. Was there any direct evidence of that affair that, would prompt, I don't know, any type of legislative session to address the issue?
I'll object to I don't understand the question.
Sure. I'll
Please,
rephrase.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Morgan.
I'll rephrase. Was the affair so open and obvious that you believe council members knew about it?
Unless they knew, I'll object to that, I'm sorry to interrupt. Unless someone from the council told her they knew about this, that's a fair question, but
What her belief is? You let us-
I'll let her explain, answer, and she can obviously answer and explain her answer as anyone can, please.
I don't know if they knew or not.
Did you have any discussions with any of the council members about whether they knew about the affair?
No.
Now, Chief Willoughby, city council wanted Chief Willoughby to be fire chief, right? That's who they wanted in that position. Correct?
That is correct.
They got a strong arm Mark, getting him appointed as fire chief, didn't they?
I don't know about that. I mean, he applied for the job just like everybody else did.
But it wasn't Mark's choice, it was council's choice. Right? Is that fair?
object
No.
to the form of the question, Judge.
I'll withdraw the question.
Thank you.
Oh, gotcha. So, when the affair was exposed and people at the city started looking into, I guess, Alex's work, for lack of a better phrase, you guys just started discovering issues and problems that needed to be addressed, fair?
Yes.
One of the things you found was that Alex gave herself a pay raise. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you talked to the mayor about that, right?
Him and I were having a discussion and that got brought up.
All right, so you're the one that informed him, you discovered it, you passed that information on to him.
We talked about it. He already had an idea that she did it. I thought that her executive order was signed.
So as the investigation continued, other issues were discovered, and at the end of the day, the mayor took action and got rid of her. Fair?
Yes.
Since you've taken over in February, have you been maintaining and safekeeping all of the city's records?
Yes.
Are you in possession of the city of the seal of Williamstown?
No.
Who's got it?
Nope, no,
Fair
don't.
enough. You don't know, you don't know. Have you been preparing and working on department budgets and preparation of financial reports as your duties require?
On the current budget or the, yes.
So, not only, the point is, not only do you have all your normal duties as a clerk, you've got to fix all this mess that Alex comes in, right?
Correct.
Is that why we're behind on getting the meeting minutes done? We got just a mountain of issues we have to deal with.
It is.
Do you think the mayor has he ever told you not to work on the minutes?
He said I could just wait on those.
When did he make that comment?
Probably the second meeting that we went that they had to be turned in by.
And then subsequent to that, he was like, hey, really got to get moving on these minutes.
Objection.
Let me read, I'll read.
Please.
Control.
Thank you.
Did the mayor ever come to you and say, hey, you got to make the minutes more of a priority? Council's upset about it.
No.
Has he ever indicated to you that you need to make sure we get the minutes addressed?
We have that, we've had that discussion. Him and I have had that discussion that they are important. I know they're important.
And you believe that the mayor knows that they're important, right?
Yes.
He told you to get them done.
He's told me to get them done. Yes,
You just haven't been able to.
correct. I did work on them this weekend, Friday and Saturday.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, please.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Clifton, who hired Alex Cummings?
Mayor Christopher.
In fact, under statute.
No, wait a minute, I'm sorry. She was hired in under Rick, was she hired under,
Who made her the city clerk?
the city clerk was Mayor Christopher.
Right.
Oh, objection. Your
That's
question, sorry.
I didn't
Thank
know.
you. Yep. Overruled.
Are you familiar with the ordinances? This is going to be ordinance chapter 30.21 and 30.22, basically copying KRS 83A 080 subsection 3, where it talks about non-elected city officers shall be appointed by the mayor upon approval of the council.
Objection,
Is that how you're under?
Overruled.
objection.
Overruled.
Yes,
Okay. Is that how you kind of view your job?
yes,
Overruled.
Is it,
Thank you.
is it your understanding about your job that you get appointed by the mayor upon approval of the council, but you can also be fired only by the mayor?
Objection.
Not,
Overruled.
correct.
you were talking about these executive orders having been signed by the mayor, and you were talking about approving time cards. What did you mean by that?
Objection.
Overruled.
The time cards are on a system called Employer on the Go. All employees have access to that, as well as superintendents. The employees are approved by their superintendents. The mayor is to approve all superintendents' time, as well as vacation time
Okay.
for superintendents.
And I understand, is the fire chief, is he considered a superintendent?
Objection.
Yes,
Overruled.
As I understand, what I heard you to say is if someone was signing the executive order, if you were signing an executive order, I thought you said that you would have looked into the underlying information to make sure it's accurate.
Objection.
correct.
Overruled.
Why?
Objection.
Overruled.
If I'm going to sign something, I want to know what I'm signing. And if there's papers underneath there, I would want to know what those are.
Okay. Now, we're hearing an awful lot about this is Alex's fault. She's the one to blame. She hid this from the mayor. But, Ms. Clifton, the mayor hired her, right?
Objection.
Correct.
Overruled.
The mayor is the one who sent her this kind of a text message. He's never sent a text like this to you, correct?
Correct.
Overruled.
Fair to say the mayor and Alex had a unique relationship.
Objection.
Overruled.
Regulation.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Correct.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
I have a moment.
Please, yes, sir. Take your time. Sure.
Team huddle, bring in your turn. She is. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, anything else of this witness?
No, thank you, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you
And
so
no
much,
other
ma'am. You may step down. Thank you for your time and testimony.
Judge, we have a 15-minute break to confer with him, and confer with Mr. Voss, and figure out what we're going to do here.
Mr. Morgan, do you have any other witnesses, Mr.
No other
Morgan?
witnesses.
No other witnesses. Okay, yes, we'll take 15 if that's your pleasure. Yep, thank you. By your own watch, please, 15 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Morgan, are you ready to proceed, sir, at this time?
Yes.
And Mr. Otis, you ready to proceed as well, sir, Mr. Voss?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your witnesses, if any, please? Witnesses, they've rested, I think, please.
Yeah, they rest.
Okay, fine. Mayor, if you could step back up, please. And Mayor, you recognize that you're still under oath, is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Otis, please.
Without waiving my objection to this proceeding,
So noted.
what number will you do?
Are you going to object to each of,
No.
is Mr. O's going to object to his own question?
He might.
On three, Jeff.
We're on
Jeff,
three.
we've got two.
You have to admire his diligence even if you don't agree with him, let's face it, please.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
Yes, sir, please.
With the witness.
Thank you, sir.
Let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what we have marked as our Exhibit 3.
Thank you, sir.
That's KRS 83-130.
Thank you, sir.
It sets forth the mayor and council plan of government, powers and duties of mayor and council. Mark, can you identify that document for the record?
Yes, sir. It's KRS Statute 83A.130, the Mayor Council Plan, which outlines the powers and duties of the mayor and of the council.
All right. Now, let me direct your attention to paragraph 3. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you please read that into the record?
The executive authority of the city shall be vested in and exercised by the mayor. The mayor shall enforce the mayor-council plan, city ordinances, and orders, and all applicable statutes. He shall supervise all departments of city government and the conduct of the city officers and employees under his jurisdiction, and shall require each department to make reports to him required by ordinance or as he seems desirable. The mayor shall maintain a liaison with related units of local government respecting interlocal contracts and joint activities. The mayor shall report to council and to the public on the conditions and needs of city government as he finds appropriate or as required by ordinance, but not less than annually. He shall make any recommendations for actions by the council he finds in the public interest.
All right, so let's focus on what your responsibilities to the city and to council are underneath that section. So you have to report to the council and to the public about the condition needs to, as you find appropriate, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you in fact done that in your tenure as mayor?
Yes, sir.
It also says you have to do so as required by ordinance, so we're going to stop right there, right? You're aware that an ordinance, the city has adopted an ordinance that directly reflects the language of the statute, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Approach the bench?
Yes, sir, please.
Your Honor, let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness what we have marked as Exhibit 4.
So noted. Thank you.
This is the
Thank you.
City of Williamstown ordinance adopting basically the provisions of the statute. Mark, for the record, please identify that document.
Yes, sir. It's the City Code of Ordinance, Williamstown City Code of Ordinance, number 35.10, powers and duties of the mayor and the city council under the mayor-council plan.
Now, if you look under 3110, paragraph C, near the top, about a third of the way down the page, read that language into the record, please.
The mayor shall report to the council and to the public on conditions and needs of city government as he finds appropriate or as required by ordinance, but not less than annually. He shall make any recommendations for actions by the council he finds in the public interest.
And what is the direct statutory reference right under paragraph C?
KRS 83A.130-3.
When you say dash 3, you really mean subparagraph 3 that's in parentheses,
Subparagraph 3, yes.
right? And that's what you just read into the record from Exhibit 3. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So the city ordinance is exactly as the statute reads. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any other ordinance in existence in the city of Williamstown that requires you to provide any additional reports to the council other than annually?
No, sir.
Now, for the year 2025, did you submit an annual report to council?
Yes, sir.
When did you do that?
I believe at the March, the first meeting in March.
Is yours on, Judge?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please.
So outside the statute and the ordinance, Mayor, do you have any other requirements to report to council
No.
that we don't have here in court today?
No, sir.
Now, when you became mayor, Mr. Morgan asked you if you had any prior experience in the political world, and your answer was?
No, sir.
All right. So when you became mayor, what did you do to educate yourself on the rights and responsibilities of being a mayor?
I started attending some KLC trainings
All right. So when did you go to your first KLC training?
in December of 2022.
All right. Now, that's before you actually became mayor, or was that after the election, before you were sworn in?
After the election, before I was sworn in. However, the former mayor told me that if I was serious about running for mayor, that he would sit down and educate me and show me the ropes as best as he could, but he also said he would offer that to the other two candidates. Those two candidates that were running for the position of mayor never took the former mayor up on that option, but I did, so I had received training pretty regularly from him.
All right. What was that gentleman's name?
Mayor Rick Skinner.
So
Skinner, sorry.
under Mayor Skinner, you kind of shadowed him,
Yes, sir.
kind of the way that Alex Cummins shadowed Miss Link.
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you acquire a bunch of valuable information from Mayor Skinner?
I did.
All right. Now, let's talk about some of the issues that Mr. Morgan brought up on his examination of you, one of which was overdraft fees, right? The city of Williamstown, allegedly under your leadership, acquired some overdraft fees from, I guess that's Forked Bank?
That is correct.
All right, so let's talk about that. When were you first made aware that there were any overdraft fees that were, that impacted the city of Williamstown, Kentucky?
In February
February
of this year.
What year?
This year, 2025.
And how did you get that information?
I was told by the clerk that not the clerk at the time, the assistant clerk, that there were some issues that they were having, and one of them was overdrafts, and I was confused because this was the first time that I had heard about that.
Now, was there anything more specific relayed to you by the staff about what the overdraft fees were for?
No, other than that, we've had several banking accounts that were overdraft and loans were not being paid on time, which prompted a conversation with Corey Keitlinger, who is the branch manager of Fork Bank.
All right? And what did you learn, if anything, from the branch manager of Fork Bank?
That for the past 7 months, the city had overdrafted pretty regularly.
And did anyone from Fork Bank, including this Corey gentleman, any of them reached out to you that you're aware of?
No.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, have they reached out to anybody else on city council or city staff?
City staff, yes. When I inquired about it, I was told that
When you say he, who do you mean?
Corey Keitlinger, reached out to Alex Cummins to discuss those overdrafts. And I questioned why he never contacted me. And then I did ask, I said, I'm willing to bet that the city has never had any issues other than recently. And he said that is correct.
Now, you know what that means. What does that mean for those watching at home? Alex Cummins, we didn't have any financial issues until she took over the job.
Correct.
All right. What did you do immediately after finding out the city had incurred some overdraft fees at Fork Bank?
I discussed this with the city council because I thought this was something they needed to be aware of relatively fast.
So when did you have that discussion with city council?
That same day.
Okay? And did you get any responses from any members of city council?
Yes, I was told by one city council member that he had known about it for the last 4 months.
So, okay, what city council member knew about this issue 4 months prior to you knowing about it?
Councilmember Kim Krupper.
Did Mr. Krupper ever approach you and say, hey, Mark, or hey, Mayor, we're having issues with the bank account, we need to talk?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Krupper share that information with any other members of council that you became aware of?
Not until that night.
All right, and so he sat on that information for 4 months.
Yes, sir.
What did you do after you met with the council? What did you do afterwards to try to rectify this overdraft fee situation?
I had discussed with council the possibility of moving to a new bank, but by this point, it was the following day was the day, I believe, that Alex Cummins resigned or thereabouts. And I've had discussions with the interim city clerk to make sure that we've not overdrafted since.
Who was the interim city clerk?
Lisa Clifton.
Is that the lady that just testified a few minutes ago?
Yes, sir.
And since you've been working with her, has the city incurred any other additional overdraft fees?
To my knowledge, no.
Prior to Alex Cummins taking over as city clerk, had the city had any overdraft fees incurred then?
No, sir.
Right. So, pre-Alex Cummings, no issues financially. Post-Alex Cummings, no issues financially. Alex Cummings, overdraft fees, overtime issues, etc.
Correct.
All right. So let's talk about the overtime issues, right? To the best of your knowledge and belief, did you ever authorize any employee of the city, independent contractor city, to receive any type of overtime payment?
No.
Did you ever authorize a raise for Alex Cummins?
No.
All right, but you heard Ms. Clifton testify. She said that executive orders were put under your nose, you signed them, therefore you somehow authorized it. Is that how that went down?
That is partially correct. I did receive an executive order from Alex Cummins towards the end of January
Of what year?
2025, requesting that $3 pay increase, and I did not think her performance over the past 6 months was meriting of a $3 raise, so I hadn't signed it, and it sat on my desk unsigned until I found out that she had backdated herself in December as receiving a $3 pay increase.
Did you ever sign a document authorizing that?
No, sir.
Has city council brought any document here to court today demonstrating you authorized any of that?
No, sir.
All right. Now, when explain to the court how this whole executive order for payroll thing works, right? Do you have to execute that every single month?
Twice a month, yes.
All right. Is that because your employees get direct deposit checks twice a month?
Correct.
All right. So for twice a month, an executive order comes in, you have to execute it, right, in order for your employees to get paid.
Correct.
On top of all your other duties in the city, which are many, I'll give you, do you sit and look at every single line item on that executive order for payroll?
As far as payroll, no, I do an overview, but
All right, what does that mean? Tell us what that means. You do an overview.
I skim through them and make sure everything looks fine, but there was nothing that stood out to indicate that there was one person getting overtime hours that shouldn't have been.
All right. Now, did you have any reason to believe that the former fire chief Willoughby was eligible to receive overtime?
He was not, because in the city personnel policies and procedures manual, under the job description, it says that the fire chief is exempt from receiving overtime pay.
So you didn't have any reason to ever look for him receiving overtime pay?
Correct.
All right. Now, he was also a salaried employee, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So there's no reason to even think that there would be some type of hourly overtime for a salaried employee. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to these executive orders, when you're doing your overview, how many employees are a part of that executive order for payment?
Approximately 56.
56. Sorry, it caught me off guard. City of Williamstown employs 56 people?
Yes, sir.
All right. So that's a significant number of employees.
Correct.
Agreed?
Yes.
So are any of those employees non-exempt employees that would cause additional scrutiny by you?
No.
Are any of them exempt employees that would cause any additional scrutiny from you?
No.
All right. Now, when you became mayor, Miss Link was the city clerk, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a good working relationship with her,
I did.
no matter what she said here in court today?
I did.
Did you rely consistently on the data that she gave to you for your decision-making abilities and your authority?
Yes, and given that I was new, I took a lot of time learning a lot of how the process works and what a lot of the budget process looks like.
Okay, and what rigorous honesty? Was it a bit overwhelming, figuring all that stuff out?
Yes.
All right. Now, council has indicated that they've tried to help you, and they've offered to do things for you. Is any of the help offered by council, is it any of it actually beneficial to getting things done the way that you need to get things done?
No, sir.
All right. Explain that a little bit, please.
Well, currently, the clerk's office is slightly understaffed, and if the clerk's office had more staffing, whether it was another full-time employee or potentially 2 part-time employees, I think it would make everybody's job a little bit easier. And I've brought that to council's attention, and council does not want to hire any additional staff for the clerk's office because we are financially strained at this time.
And when did you bring that to the council's attention for the first time that you needed help with your staff?
Mid last year?
You say mid last year, like summer of '24?
Yes.
Has council done anything other than offer to help the clerk with the minutes and maybe institute, I don't know what Mayor or Councilmember Hanson said, maybe he referenced AI, using AI to record meetings? Other than those 2 suggestions, have they done anything significant to help you?
They have made recommendations and suggestions based off their interpretation of the job, but at the same time, I don't feel a lot of those are within the scope of the job.
Now, they've also made, we heard today that they brought a new charge, saying that you're not doing the minutes properly for the city. You agree with that? They're bringing another charge here today.
Yes.
All right. So let's talk about the minutes. You've seen our Exhibit 2, right? The statute with respect to what's required for city minutes. Do you need to review it?
Yes. I do not have it on me.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach and get Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir, please.
Statute required for minutes.
My copy's down there.
Here, I have it.
Got it?
Yes, sir, please.
Thank you for not making it clear.
Yes, no problem.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, sir, please.
All right. Does that statute reflect your recollection of what's required for the minutes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there anything in that statute that indicates that the city of Williamstown needs council approval to publish their minutes?
No, sir.
All right. So what has been the practice of the city of Williamstown since you became mayor with respect to the recording and approval of city meeting minutes?
Ms. Vivian Lake, the former city clerk, would detail a very lengthy version of the minutes, and then once a month, we would provide those to council in their council packets. Council would approve or make recommendations to change or modify the minutes. Once council approved of those minutes, I would sign off on them.
Is that how it's always been done since you took office?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
You may, yes, sir, please. Thank you, sir.
Now, to the best of your knowledge and belief, who is responsible for preparing the city minutes?
The clerk.
Matter of fact, it's in her sole authority and discretion. Is that correct?
Object form.
I'll withdraw the question.
Thank you.
The city clerk normally prepares all the city minutes. Is that correct? For every single meeting since you've been there.
Correct.
Have you ever prepared city meeting minutes for the clerk?
No, sir.
Has anybody else from the city of Williamstown,
No, sir.
city council or otherwise, come in and done the minutes for the clerk?
No, sir.
She's always been the individual preparing the minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I feel bad for Miss Clifton. She kind of inherited a little bit of a nightmare when it comes to getting caught up on those minutes, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, January, Miss Clifton testified that the minutes were started by Ms. Cummins. They were submitted to council for review and approval. They requested changes, sent it back to Ms. Cummins. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so that was for the January meeting, so that'd be sometime late January, early February, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then for the February meeting, those minutes never got done, did they?
No, sir.
Why did they not get finished?
Because Alex Cummins resigned February 19th
Why did she resign, if you know?
because she knew she was going to be fired if she didn't.
All right? Why were you going to fire Ms. Cummins?
Because I had discovered that she had been receiving an unauthorized $3 pay raise and had provided not only overtime hours to the fire chief, but provided hazardous pay to the fire chief, which I also did not authorize.
So what did you do when you discovered that information?
Reported it to council.
What was council's position about what you had discovered?
They were furious, as was I.
All right? Did the council make any notable comments about what they wanted you to do about it?
Yes.
What did they tell you?
They made recommendation to contact Ms. Vivian Link and Crystal Fryman to see if they would be willing to come back and sort of assist this mess that we were left in, because at the time of us finding this out, we continued to find additional information out almost every day.
Like what? Give us an example.
I had received a phone call from USG Water Solutions saying, hey, you're 90 days past due on your bill that was due in November. Why hasn't that been paid? And in November, when I discussed this with Miss Alex Cummins, I was assured that the bill was in the mail and on its way.
All right? Do you have have any, at that point in time, did you have any reason to disbelieve it?
No, sir.
I mean, prior to finding out all this bad stuff about Ms. Cummins and what she was involved in, you reasonably relied on her just as you did Ms. Link,
Yes, sir.
and as you do right now with Ms. Clifton. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, let's face it, I mean, the mayor can't do everything. You have to have help. Fair?
That is correct.
All right. And there's an ordinance in Williamstown segregating certain duties to the clerk. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You know, reconciling bank statements, payroll.
Show the
minutes.
clerk. I'd object to the form of this unless we've got the ordinance here.
Response
We've already.
Which one?
read from it.
overruled. Thank you. Please go ahead.
And so, they, under that ordinance, the city clerk has her own set of duties and responsibilities.
Yes, sir.
You heard me review some of them with Ms. Clifton.
Yes, sir.
Just as you, under the ordinance, you have your own responsibilities, your own duties, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
And council, under ordinance, they have their own responsibilities and their own duties, right? They got to pass the budget, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Now, the council has also brought a charge against you saying that you don't report to them the way they want you to, in a nutshell, right? What is your obligation with respect to your reports to them?
No less than annually?
And you've done that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, have you had any discussion with council members saying, hey, guys, look, I know you want additional reports, but it's not my duty to give them? What kind of conversation do you have with council about that, if any?
When I first took office, I was under the impression that, based off a draft that somebody provided me, a list of bullet points of what I've done for the month, and I provide them to council every month. And last year, it was determined that the council wanted more information, so I started doing a 20 to 25-page mayor's report detailing it out in detail, what I would do from month to month, to provide that to the council.
Even though you weren't obligated to?
Correct.
So why did you do it?
Because I want to make sure that they are aware of what I'm doing.
All right? So what report are they claiming you haven't, or you use their words, refused to provide?
I don't know.
Has any of the council members complained to you that they wanted some kind of a report that you haven't given?
I think no matter what council asks of me and I provide, it's never enough. They want more.
So you've gone above and beyond your statutory duty, but yet here they are saying you're not providing reports.
Yes, I
How does
think
that make you feel?
frustrated because I think a lot of times it's my opinion that council will hear things from the employees or reach out to the employees like Alex Cummins and then get frustrated that I didn't tell them. And my belief is that I am to tell you at a council meeting, why am I getting reprimanded for doing my job of waiting till the council meeting, and why are you not following procedure and just reaching out to the clerk and asking questions?
Well, who's reaching out to the clerk and asking questions?
The council.
Do they often interfere with the executive function of your office?
It would seem that way, yes.
Well, how about some more examples for the record? What else have they done?
They have told employees what to do and not do.
The council has.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any specific council member, do you have any specific names who have done those types of things?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who are they?
Kim Crupper, for one.
So after this happened, did you sit down with them and explain the separation of powers in a mayor-council form of government?
I chose to do that diplomatically to the entirety of council instead of picking on one council member to make it seem as if I'm bullying or picking on one council member.
When did you do that?
I've done that several times.
What's the typical response you get from council when you let them know you're overstepping their bounds? In this particular case, Kim Crupper.
They seem to think that,
What do you say they?
the
Not
council-
all, right, but some.
yes, the majority of council seems to think that when I discuss that, it it appears as if I'm like power tripping and saying, this is my job, blah, 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 blah. And that's not the case. I'm trying to lay out the duties in a diplomatic way because the way I see it, I am responsible for maintaining all statutes. So if I feel like there's a statute or an ordinance that's being broken, instead of singling one council member out, I will address the entirety of council.
So you intentionally don't single anyone out?
Correct.
When was the last time you had that conversation with council?
In February, there was a conversation that I had with council because former clerk Alex Cummins was telling me, oh my gosh, council is saying this, or oh my gosh, council's demanding I provide this. And I kept saying, that's not their job, and I would get on to council for that. And it was discovered then that she was telling me one thing and she was telling council another thing, which was causing a lot of the issues and causing me to say, council, you're the legislative branch, I'm the executive branch, you have your duty, I have mine, stop stepping into the executive branch.
All right, so may I approach the witness?
You may. Yes, sir, please.
You still have 83A130 in front of you?
I do.
If you would look at paragraph 11, right? Please read that to the record.
The legislative authority of the city shall be vested in and exercised by the elected council of the city. The council shall not perform any executive functions except those functions assigned to it by statute. Regular meetings of the council shall be held at least once each month at such a time and a place as are fixed by ordinance. Special meetings of the council may be called by the mayor or upon written request of the majority of the council. In the call, the mayor or council shall designate the purpose, the time, place of the special meeting with sufficient notice for the attendance of council members and for compliance to KRS Chapter 61. At special meetings, no business may be considered other than that set forth in the designation of purpose. The minutes of every meeting shall be signed by the person responsible for maintaining city records provided by KRS 83A.060 and by the officers presiding at the meeting, the officer presiding at the meeting.
So the law that you operate under mayor council indicates that council is not to invade the office of the executive. In other words, not to perform any executive functions.
Correct.
Do you have any specific examples additional to the one that you provided earlier of where council, not all council members, but selected members of council, invaded the executive function?
Yes, sir, in 2023, a council member directed a superintendent to sign a contract that he was not authorized to sign, and the superintendent told the council member that he was not authorized to sign it, that the mayor is the only one that has contract power.
And what was the result of that issue?
The contract was never signed.
All right. Did that sit well with council? Specifically, the one council member that was trying to interfere?
I have never had a conversation with him about it.
Who is that? We on number 5?
You are on number...
The new one will be fine.
Number 5 for you.
May I approach?
Please, yes, sir.
Let the record
Thank you, sir.
reflect.
I'm sorry, thank you.
Showing the witness what we have marked as our Exhibit 5. Mark, can you identify that document for the record?
Yes, it is the City of Williamstown's Code of Ordinance, Chapter 31.30, the Mayor Council Plan, specifically starting at Section 31.30, Powers and Duties of the City Council.
All right. So just as Williamstown has an ordinance reflecting that which is in 83A, right, with respect to the mayor council form of government and your powers of duty, Williamstown also has an ordinance reflecting what the council's power and authority.
Yes, yes, sir.
And they are the same as statute that you just read into the record.
That is correct.
So by statute and by ordinance, the city of Williamstown has a separation of powers for you as the executive and the council as the legislative body.
That is correct.
You had multiple meetings with council members letting them know that there is a separation of powers.
That is correct.
Hasn't seemed to help, has it?
No.
Again, we're not pointing the finger at all council members. Fair?
Fair.
Just a few.
Fair.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, sir, please.
Showing
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Petitions Exhibit 1. This has been talked about ad nauseum here today. Sorry to make it worse, Mark. Please explain what was going on in that text message, just for the record.
Yes, for the record, I was informed by former clerk Alex Cummins that council had demanded more stuff from her, which was something that she was always frustrated with, prompting me to become extremely frustrated because she and I have had many conversations, and despite my repeated attempts, it seems as if council would continue to go to her instead of coming to me to get questions answered.
How is that, let me ask it this way. Why is that problematic?
Well, I think it's in violation of the powers of the legislative branch.
Given the fact that Alex had engaged in some bad action on behalf of the city, the fact that she was communicating with council without your consent, did that make things worse?
Yes, sir.
How so?
Again, I feel as if a lot of the times over the past year, I've been undermined,
Well, by who?
council and employees.
All council members?
No, sir.
In what way do you believe or feel that you have been undermined by some of the council members and some of the employees of the city?
I believe despite my lack of tenure in this position, I've went above and beyond to understand, to the best of my ability, the roles of the mayor and the roles of the council. And learning things at KLC trainings, I will provide information to council, and then I will hear people come up to me and say, well, you know, you can't, I was told you can't do that. That's illegal. It's not illegal, but I feel as if there are people that are spreading false information and half-truths about, A, what I say and what I'm trying to do for the city, and B, trying to just make me intentionally look bad and uneducated.
At any time in your tenure, have you felt you had like the full support of the council?
Not all.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Yes, sir, please.
Now, as part of the lack of support of council, have you asked or spoken with council about forming a finance committee?
Recently, yes.
And what was the response from council about forming a finance committee?
That was a waste of time because the council is the finance committee.
Specifically, who said that?
Councilmember Kim Crupper.
Did everyone share that sentiment, or do you know?
It would seem the majority that spoke believed that they were in charge of the city finances and budget, and were the ones that were supposed to be making wise decisions in financial interest for the city.
All right, so let's talk about that for just a minute. So city council indicates we got the power to look into things. We got the overview powers to make sure everything's running right. Kind of what I hear, right?
Yes, sir.
When the issue with Alex came to light, what did city council do to investigate the financial issues?
Demanded me to investigate.
They wanted you to investigate for them. Now, in that statute, now, council has a right to investigate financial issues with the city, do they not?
They do.
And they chose not to do it.
That is correct.
They put the burden on you,
Yes, sir.
right? You come to them, say, hey, we really need to form a finance committee. The response is, we are the finance committee, right? But they've done nothing to assist in this endeavor, have they?
No,
Other
sir.
than offer AI and some type of software to help with meeting minutes.
And point the finger at me.
Anything else, bud? Nah. That's it, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morgan, please.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
The council's not looking at whether you failed to turn in an annual report.
Objection.
Council.
Overruled.
Correct? Okay, overruled. Council is looking at whether Mark Christopher showed willful negligence in the performance of the duties of his office when he failed to supervise all departments of city government and the conduct of all city officers and employees of Williamstown, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
I do not have that resolution in front of me.
Are you saying that we're here simply because some kind of form did not get turned in?
Objection.
Overruled.
When you turned your head, I couldn't hear you fully. Some sort of what?
Form?
Form, okay. No.
Right. In fact, this is about some significant financial problems that developed at the hands of the city clerk, who you put into office and who you supervise.
Objection.
Correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
With the approval of the city council, yes.
Okay. And you're the one who by statute and ordinance is put in charge of supervising all the city employees, including that clerk.
Objection.
Right?
Overruled.
That is
Correct?
correct. That is correct.
And what we just heard a minute ago was whenever they contacted the clerk or tried to contact you, you got on the city council members to say, don't ask these questions, only go to you. Don't talk to the clerk.
Objection.
Right?
Overruled.
I'm going to have to disagree, given the nature of some of the things that I was being told council was asking. Specifically, former clerk Alex Cummins, while she was having an affair with the fire chief, yes, she informed me that council asked all kinds of very horrible, dirty, degrading questions, and I said that oversteps a bound. Now, whether council asked her that or not, I don't know. But I do have issue if I'm being told that council is asking questions out of the scope of both the legislative and executive function.
What I understood you to say a minute ago, this afternoon in your testimony, is that in 2023, someone on the city council asked the superintendent to sign a contract. Who was that council member?
Councilmember,
Objection. For the record.
Overruled.
Councilmember Kim Crupper.
So I'm detecting a theme here.
Objection, move to strike.
Overruled
Hey,
and sustained.
you have the opportunity to get these minutes, the video, like we saw that I showed you earlier today. Where are these videos in which you're chastising Councilman Crupper or the council members for their conduct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Prior to late in the year 2024, the custom for the city was just to record on DVD and have a copy of the council minute on DVD, the council session on DVD, and the first council meeting of the month, which would be the regular council meeting, would be aired on the Williamstown cable channel, not the second council meeting of each month. I made the decision to inform the general public of everything that's going on, first by having all the meetings on the cable channel, and then by making the move to providing those videos to YouTube. Prior to that, though, they're on DVD.
Okay, where's the DVD?
Objection.
Where you're
Overruled.
telling the council members how to do their job?
Overruled.
In the records file at the clerk's office.
Why didn't you bring one in here to corroborate what you're saying?
Objection.
Overruled.
You can imagine that if Kim Crupper was up on the witness stand taking questions, he might disagree with what you're saying.
Objection.
You agree with that?
Overruled.
Or do you understand that?
Objection.
Would he like to come up here and
Overruled.
testify?
I'm asking you, when you shout out a particular council member, where is the proof, other than your word, that what you're saying is accurate?
Objection.
Overruled.
We have no burden of proof here today. The burden's on the city of Williamstown.
Good point. Thank you.
Where's
Please.
that corroboration?
Same objection.
Overruled.
I think I've tried to be very diplomatic with all the council members and stated in a manner that doesn't point the finger at one council member in particular. Every time I've had to do this, I've tried to just broad strokes have that conversation with council. Hey, listen, this is my role, this is your role, please don't overstep it.
And is this text message, exhibit number 1, is this one of these broad strokes things where you're trying to be diplomatic?
Objection.
Overruled.
With respect to council,
Yeah. I mean, taking it literally, you're saying to Alex Cummins, your clerk, first off, tell him to kiss your rear end, although you use a 3-letter word for that. Second off, F them. Lastly, tell them that you don't answer to them, and if they want to ask a question, effing as me, I'm effing tired of council saying, Mayor, you tell us nothing. And then instead of calling and asking me, they call and ask everyone else. I'm going to light into them Tuesday. I'm effing tired of this. What part of that is diplomatic?
Objection.
Overruled.
when speaking with the council, I try to be diplomatic and not point the finger at one council member. However, there's a repeated pattern of council asking everybody else but me and then getting frustrated that I didn't tell them.
As I heard you say a minute ago in your afternoon testimony, given that Alex was engaged in bad conduct and that she was talking to the council members that made it worse. Did I understand you say something to that effect?
Objection.
Overruled.
Repeat that?
Given that Alex was engaging in bad conduct, it made it worse that she was talking to council members,
Objection.
Overruled.
from your perspective.
I never said that.
Okay. This text is dated November 14 of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
And this coming to light of the misconduct and the financial problems started in, I'm guessing, January of 2025, because Alex was placed on paid administrative leave by you for 2 weeks before she resigned, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
That is correct.
Why did you place this person who you're so concerned about on paid administrative leave?
Objection.
Overruled.
When I put both her and the Fire Chief Joshua Willoughby on paid administrative leave, it was at the request of council to do an investigation to determine whether or not they had any overspill into the work relationship that they had, and to determine whether or not they've done anything on company time or with anything within the company. We had no idea at that exact time, when I put them on administrative leave, that there was even any financial issues at all.
Well, by this point in time, though, I think we've heard you testify that the guy at the bank called you.
He did not.
Objection.
Oh, he had not called you. Okay.
Overruled.
Objection.
You had
Overruled.
received, you saw in the budget tracker these various entries of zeros, and that caused you concern as early as September of '24,
Objection.
correct?
Overruled.
I had many conversations with Miss Alex Cummins to explain some of the things that didn't make sense to me. Each time, she would say, Mayor, you've read that wrong. This is what it means, not that. We had meetings, all the superintendents and myself had meetings with her to discuss some of what we felt was discrepancy in issues that we were seeing on the budget. But we were always assured everything was fine. You've misread that. And I'll be the first to admit, I don't know everything.
I get that, but what I think, I'd like to hear whether you will also admit, it's never your fault. It's always somebody else's fault.
Objection.
Overruled.
I did not authorize the fire chief to get hazardous pay or overtime pay, and I did not authorize Alex Cummins to get a $3 pay increase, both of which she did.
Okay, but you're the guy in charge. You're the one who supervises these payments. And at this point in time, early on, what I hear, you are getting red flags about what's happening or not happening on this budget tracker, and yet you, in your own words this morning, don't micromanage.
Objection.
Correct?
Overruled.
I said that because council gets frustrated if I try to micromanage, they get frustrated if I don't micromanage. It is a lose-lose situation. There's a situation last year where something happened with an employee and prompted me to what I believed was do my job, and council said, you have no authority to investigate. But when this came up with Alex and Josh having an affair, they demanded that I investigate. Either way, I feel like I lose every time to council.
Do you think that the council is upset at all that city checks are bouncing?
Objection.
Or that
Overruled.
or that the council is being placed at risk of having its minutes voided and its actions voided because these minutes are not being posted?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yeah, I think they're upset.
Should be, shouldn't it?
I'm upset.
Overruled.
You're
Excuse
upset
me.
with yourself?
I'm upset with myself and with council and with the former clerk.
Are you upset with yourself for failing to follow through on the duty that you have as mayor?
Objection.
Overruled.
Define what you mean.
I'm talking about supervising employees and making sure all applicable statutes are followed.
Objection.
Overruled.
Are you upset with yourself for failing to follow through on that duty?
Objection.
Overruled.
Well, I feel like there have been times where I've tried to point out to council issues and non-compliance or discrepancies within the ordinance itself, and it's never heard or corrected or fixed. I can't change ordinances, but I'm supposed to bind the rules to them, but if the ordinances are contradicting, then I can't convince council to do something if they're not going to do it.
Council's fault.
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that what you're saying?
I can't do anything to an ordinance. That's council's job. That's actually in the Kentucky statute and in the city code of ordinance. I can point them out. That is my job. But whether or not they do anything with it, I have no control over.
Only questions I have. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Otis? Mr. Foss?
Further.
Anything further?
No other witnesses, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. No witnesses, thank you. Any rebuttal on behalf of the petitioner,
Oh, thank
please?
you. May we approach?
Please. Goodness gracious. What a lot of bad stuff. Well, I mean, we've known it, let's face it, gentlemen, we've known it for years. If you've been in the law business more than a day, you know what, how bad it is in Frankfurt for doing this. I don't think it's there. I hate to say it, I guess what they have to do, and all the other cities around and stuff, based on this, is go in and promulgate ordinances that say, oh, by the way, does it seem like it would be implied? Yeah, it does. But in your charging someone with a violation, you have to be a little more specific than that. But it's an abomination to me that none of these things are spelled out. These cities have been around for 150 years. No one's ever sat down and said, oh, by the way, maybe we need to say somebody's in charge of pushing this thing to get the minutes done. I'm sitting here in dismay today. Excuse me. Well, we got, everything's underlined. It's not going to hurt anybody's feelings if things been underlined or
Now,
that stuff at all.
that was me when I was fussing with Mr. Morgan earlier about the keyword will. You want me to get you a clean copy, good sir?
If you don't mind, and then I'll dance around this thing and try to ask your charges to make a determination regarding whether these things have been proven, and then you had that at the bottom of the other page where they can come back and mark it. And we changed that, scratched that page up that you had, Mr. Morgan, the one where they make their decision and can X who's going which way and all that sort of thing. I thought we might just get here in front of God and everybody throws their hands up. Get the jury. But whatever you want to do. There we go. Yeah, this is great. If I may take this off here and stuff, please. I'll take this one. Holy Christ. Do you know how old I am? Look at this.
Let's see. Here we go. Let's get you a better copy.
Yeah. Yeah, this bad guy gave me something, 2-point type. 2-point type earlier. Are you kidding me? Give me a break.
So it's front and back.
And the charges are here in the middle. Okay. I propose to read those things. Thank you. You're going to make any sort of proposing? Do they want to make any or just make something to them? Here you go. After we do it. Okay, that's fine. I'll do that opportunity and stuff. The burden's on you all. I'll note your objections. Thank you. Gentlemen, Mr. Otis, you step up, please. Normally, the person with the burden goes last, my recollection from my days of being down the street and whatnot. So you all will close first and they'll close? I was saying. Very good. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's the order. Thank you. All right. If we can come back to order, please. Ladies and gentlemen of council, your charge in this matter would be to make a determination as to whether, from the charging document originally issued in this, whether Mayor Christopher acted with willful negligence in the performance of his duties, and we'll give you this paper, of his office when he refused to provide Williamstown City Council with information about financial obligations and problems encountered by the city of Williamstown. And item 2 is, or that Mayor Christopher acted with willful negligence in the performance of his duties, his office when he permitted overtime payments to be made to persons ineligible for overtime payments without consulting or informing the Williamstown City Council. Okay. We'll make one other change here maybe before we leave. Let's, based on that, then there's a place for everyone to mark yes or no, and some place for the City of Williamstown clerk to sign. We won't do that. I assume they will select one of them to sign as foreperson of their mini jury and to sign this on your behalf when you go back there, okay? You'll select one of you all to sign it, okay? That being done, Mr. Otis, please.
Your Honor, without waiving my objection to this proceeding in its entirety, I will give a brief closing statement, and I will keep it brief. The charges, as listed on the charging document before us today, indicate that Mayor Christopher acted with willful neglect when he refused to provide Williamstown City Council with information about financial obligations and problems encountered by the city of Williamstown. In order to be neglectful, number one, there first has to be a duty, right? How do we figure out what the duty was? We looked at the statute, right? Statute tells us what Mr. Christopher's duty was, and that was to provide a report annually, or whenever he felt like it was appropriate. I submit to you, no evidence was introduced here today altering what his duty was. As a matter of fact, Mayor Christopher testified he went above and beyond the call of his duty with respect to council by providing reports nearly monthly for over 2 years. He encounters problems with a clerk who behaved poorly and made some really, really bad decisions on behalf of the city, which resulted in a delay in getting some minutes done. That wasn't even a charge listed on the charging document. It's not even listed. We were ambushed today with that new charge. However, as the testimony bore out, the Ms. Cummins, the clerk who resigned, she had prepared the January minutes, submitted them to council, even though the law doesn't require the clerk or the mayor to do so. The mayor the council recommended changes. They came back, and on the heels of that document coming back to the office of the city clerk and mayor, the affair between the police chief and the city clerk was exposed. Not police chief, the fire chief. My apologies. So the former fire chief and the city clerk, the affair gets exposed as a result of a January KLC convention, and then chaos ensues. When the chaos ensued, it's not just the minutes that were the issue, it was everything, right? It was reconciliation of financial statements, overdrafted accounts, which apparently council knew about but chose not to share with the mayor for reasons that boggle the mind, other than they want to watch the mayor stumble and fall, right? I can't think of any valid reason why a council member would find out that there's financial issues with respect to a bank account and not share that with the executive authority. At a minimum, he should have brought it up at a council meeting so council could address it as a whole. That's not what he did. That's not what he did. He kept that information in his pocket and decided when it was right to use it as a weapon against Mayor Christopher. It is painfully obvious that is what happened. Then the second charge, Mayor Christopher acted with willful neglect in the performance of his duties when he permitted overtime payments. The only testimony here about whether those overtime payments were permitted or not came from Mark Christopher. Mark Christopher said he had no idea what was going on. He had no clue. They slipped it past the goalie on that one, Judge. The bad guys got a goal. The bad guys paid themselves and gave themselves a $3 pay raise, and they paid overtime to the former fire chief. I get it. They got it past him on that one. But he didn't do anything willfully, right? Willful means intentional. I intentionally neglected my duties so the city clerk could give herself a $3 an hour pay raise, and the former fire chief can get all the overtime he wants. That's not the evidence here today. That's what they want you to believe, and that's what they want the public to believe. You know, they want to run his name to the ringer. Not all of them, but a lot of them. They want to run his name to the ringer. That is grossly unfair to Mr. Christopher. Mr. Christopher came into an environment where he was taught and trained that he can rely on his staff. When he was with the former clerk, what's her name? Vivian Link. When she left in June of 24, everything was awesome. The ship was running correctly. Everything was running well. Right. A year and a half of that is with Mayor Christopher. When he's relying on a valued and honest and trustworthy employee such as Miss Link, everything was great. Miss Cummins comes on board, deception begins, the wheels start falling off. Right? Mr. Morgan wants to make him accountable for the actions of all of his employees. That is grossly unfair. When an employee is able to keep things hidden, and when they're able to do things behind the back of the mayor, you can't stop a person from acting criminal in nature. You can't stop a person from just flat out being evil and doing those types of things with the public's money. It wasn't her money, right? And he's supposed to be minding the store, I get that, but he's been trained that he can trust his employees, right? He can't function. The city can't function unless there's a level of trust between the mayor and the staff. The city can't function unless there's a level of trust between council and staff, right? What's problematic about that is council knew there was a problem, did nothing about it. Shame on them, right? Council knew for months ahead of time that there was a problem, and they withheld that information. A lot of additional harm could have been avoided if that would have been brought to the mayor's attention 4 months in time prior than when it did. They knew that information 4 months ahead of time and did nothing. Now they want to say, oh, it's all his fault. Alex Cummins being a bad employee, mayor's fault. You're left in a hole trying to climb out of that hole and get the city running right, all your fault. It's all yours. They have the power, if not a duty, to do financial investigations. It's spelled out as plain as day in the statute. What do? Mayor, you take care of it all. We don't want to do anything. Now, I'm not saying all of them felt like that, but at least the majority did. And as a result of the majority feeling like that, they put the weight on his shoulders, and he bore it the best he could. Now, they want to punish him for it. They want to punish him because he didn't do things exactly the way they wanted to. Well, at least, not all, just the majority. And I think it's a shame. Instead of circling the wagons around him and offering love and support, a size AI, right, an AI transcription of a meeting, we wouldn't be here. But that's not how it goes down there at City Hall. You wouldn't believe the bile and the venom that gets spit at those meetings toward the mayor. It's unbelievable. The hatred that some council members have for Mayor Christopher, it's palpable at every meeting. It's attack, attack, attack. Never support, support, support. It is disturbing at so many levels. Anyway, I've digressed. They certainly haven't met their burden of proof that he acted with willful neglect with respect to anything. Willful means intentional. Neglect means you got to have a duty. There's got to be a breach of that duty. Damages and causation. None of that has been presented here to you today, good sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morgan, please.
Thank you. Please, court, counsel.
Yes, sir, please.
Members of the council. These exhibits that were shown to the witnesses, they go back with you. You're going to review them. And one of the things that I think is really helpful to look at is the statute 83A.130 dealing with the mayor-council plan. It's this two-page one. It's defense exhibit number 3, or respondent exhibit number 3. And in the third paragraph down here, it talks about what the mayor's duties are. Mayors, and I'm quoting, the mayor shall enforce the mayor-council plan, city ordinances, and orders and all applicable statutes. He shall supervise all departments of city government and the conduct of all city officers and employees under his jurisdiction, and shall require each department to make reports to him required by ordinance. That's where the buck stops. It's his job. He's the one who's supposed to supervise everybody. Now, I think it's very telling that he puts in his clerk. Things were all above board, audits were good, the money was there, budgets were maintained until his clerk comes in. And his clerk gets questioned by you all. And his response to her is this text message telling her, you keep your mouth shut. You don't talk to those people. They got questions that just come to me. Why is that? And this was in November of last year. What I heard the mayor say was that these red flags, that the entries not being made, data not being in the appropriate files, that started in September. So here we are 2 months after that, and you all know what you were doing. You all know the questions that you were asking of the mayor, as well as of other employees. You all know whether anybody contacted a city employee, what was said. You know what was said to you by this mayor. Don't leave your common sense outside the door. You take this in with you and consider the information that you heard in here and that you know. These charges talk about, number one, the mayor acted with willful neglect. Okay, so I agree, neglect is a duty. It's required of somebody. It's something, I can't neglect on failing to get to the moon because it's not my job to get to the moon. But there are things like this statute that do lay out what duties are. The duty of the mayor is to make sure that proper supervision is occurring. And I get it. You get to a town the size of Louisville or Cincinnati or something like that, you got thousands of employees. No, we don't expect the mayor to know every single person, what that person's doing. But that's not what we're talking about here. We got 56. And we got Vivian Link, who's been on the job for many a year, saying, you should have known about this. You all know about these executive orders and the documents that are supposed to be supporting that, the basis to issue this paycheck. And in this case, what we're talking about here, the mayor acted with willful neglect in the performance of his duties. This is on number 2 here, when he permitted overtime payments to be made to persons ineligible for overtime payments. Well, we got an agreement with the mayor earlier today. I asked him about the chief not getting an overtime, not entitled to that, and he said yes. And without consulting or informing the city council, well, you all know about that, whether he consulted with you. Charge number 1 says that he acted with willful neglect in the performance of his duties when he refused to provide the city council with information about financial obligations, overdrafts, those are financial obligations, and problems. Minutes. Encountered by the city of Williamstown. You want proof of his refusal to communicate with you? This is to his hand-selected clerk. This text telling her, emboldening her to not effing talk to you. Who talks like that? A person with total disregard for the council and the role the council has. And, okay, we're all adults here. I mean, this isn't about hurt feelings. This isn't about someone not showing the proper respect that they're supposed to. No. This is about the city of Williamstown paying its bills and not getting into such financial straits that you are having to wonder, what are we going to do? One thing that I thought was really important when the mayor was saying in his second bout of testimony here, where he said, y'all just ignored him. You wanted him to fail, you set him up for all of this, but yet you know better than anybody else who hired Vivian Link and Ms. Fryman come here and to go through these records. You all. So to say that this is your fault, I've been through plenty of criminal trials, been through plenty of civil trials. It's always somebody about pointing fingers. There's nothing new about any of that. Technicalities, hyper reads of whatever, that's common stuff. Don't let that stuff get in the way of what you know and your common sense. This mayor has been willfully, he knew, willful. He willed this. He knew that what he had this duty and that he was ignoring it. He was letting Alex or whatever happen for whatever reason of his own. But he had neglected that. He knew about these minutes. He just ignored that. This is a big deal. I mean, I'm not from here. The voters of Williamstown were the ones who did vote the mayor into office. Taking him out of office is a big deal, and it's something that should be done very thoughtfully, very measuredly, and upon evidence. The evidence has been before you all here. There is ample evidence to show why this mayor should be removed from office. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, gentlemen. I suppose they can meet back there where we met earlier. I think there's room enough for that. They'd like to stand at them anyway. We've been sitting for all day. So if you all step back there to where we were before, please.
The council members have returned to the courtroom. Is the petitioner ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Respondent ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'll now read the decision of the panel. They have marked on the, I changed this into 2 counts as we discussed earlier. On count 1, which was the one about refused to provide them information about financial obligations, the form is marked yes in all 6 spots and signed to the right by the signatures of the council people. With regard to question number 2, neglect regarding overtime payments, oversight, those type things. Once again, on this document, all blanks are marked yes, and all are signed by the council persons. All right. That concludes our work in this matter. Thank you.
What's that?
Thank you.
Go ahead. I can barely hear you.
These should be in the care of the council, I would assume, and the exhibits as well.
Judge, I would just make the record that the action should have been taken out in public, not behind closed doors. But
Okay.
the error has been committed, so that'll be an extra thing for us on the appeal.
Not a problem. I don't
Well,
think,
if I may, Judge, if you want to just ask the council members
I'll poll the jury, that's happy.
to, because, this is a unique circumstance where, so if we can have them come out of or closed session and make their decision, I think that will
Yeah.
rectify any.
I don't know if a,
Judge,
I don't know if a
for the
consult, I
record-
don't know if a consultation regarding the charge of removal falls within the open records. It's a semi-judicial administrative proceeding, which is far
It's
different than
special.
their normal.
It's a special meeting,
Okay.
and so those requirements are there. They've already taken their vote. I don't think it corrects it by doing it now, but however y'all want to proceed.
Your pleasure, Mr. Morgan, please.
Let's just button it up to make
That's fine.
sure that in an open meeting, the council announces its vote. If you could just read their
I'll be happy to.
names and ask
Thank you.
them if that's how they voted, because then I think we need to move on to another matter, which is the appointment of a mayor.
Right. And that's for the council, that's outside the province of this hearing as well. That's fine. First, Mr. Coleman, you've marked yes with regard to both issues. Is that correct, sir? Thank you. And Mr. Crupper, you've marked yes with regard to both issues. Is that correct, sir? Yes. And Mr. Henson, you've marked yes with regard to both issues. Is that correct, sir? Yes. Thank you. And Mr. Maines, you've marked yes with regard to both issues. Is that correct, sir? Yes. Thank you. And Mr. Payne, you've marked yes with regard to both issues. Is that correct, sir? Yes, sir. Thank you. And Ms. Smith, you've marked yes with regard to both issues. Is that correct, ma'am? Thank you. Find the decision be in order as far as judicial matters are concerned, if this were one of those, so there we go. That concludes my
Can I get a
aspect of
copy
this.
of that document, good sir?
Absolutely. I think we'll provide them, I assume, to the council under the circumstances. He should be custodian. You all know what they are. Certainly can make a copy downstairs in Stephen's office potentially if you need, although they close at 4, so they may be gone. But in any event, I'm sure he'll provide you something. And as well as the exhibits, I don't know where they are. I assume they're back in the room back there is where we left those, the exhibits. That's fine. You'll take custody of those as well, Mr. Morgan, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'll give them to the clerk, or to the court reporter.
Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Are you going to challenge that?
I'm so sorry.
You and I had lunch. The effectiveness of the decision.
This meeting's over.
I want to address something here. I've asked the city attorney about assisting the council on next steps, and he's informed me that he thinks that no next steps can occur until the appeal is filed. And I disagree. We can go into that. I realize you're not a judge on this, but it is something that we need to address, I think, promptly.
What are the two perspectives? Give it to me one more time.
I'm looking at KRS 83A040 subsection 9. says, no elected officer shall be removed without having been given the right of full public hearing. Officer, if removed, shall have the right to appeal to the circuit court of the county, and the appeal shall be on the record. No officer so removed shall be eligible to fill the office vacated before the expiration of the term to which originally elected. In prior instances in which this has happened, I know that the mayor is removed from office, or council person, or whatever office it is. They can then go forward to file an appeal, but as mentioned here, the statute says no officer so removed shall be eligible to fill the office vacated before the expiration of the term. So that tells me that this is an immediate thing that happens. And it's not something that we wait months on an appeal.
Judge, we differ on that. I think that's what that's talking about, is if they're to be appointed. You've got an appellate right, which we will be prosecuting. I believe that the mayor's office would be vacant at worst in the situation. And if they're going to have meetings and whatnot, there's a procedure to appoint one of theirs to run the meeting. But I don't think they can appoint a mayor.
Well, that's indeed what happens. Same statute, 040 subsection 2, if a vacancy occurs in the office of mayor, the following provisions shall apply. Hold on, Frank. Letter C, member of the legislative body in any city organized and governed under the mayor council plan, as in KRS 83A.130, and in any city of the first class organized, shall not vote for himself. So then it goes on to point out that, I'm sorry, got ahead of myself. Letter, subsection 2, if a vacancy occurs in the office of the mayor, the following provisions shall apply. A, legislative body of the city shall fill the vacancy within 30 days. And then it says that person who becomes the mayor, interim mayor, shall not vote for their self. And if they don't do this within 30 days, then the governor shall fill the vacancy.
Judge, the key word being a vacancy. Vacancy hasn't occurred yet, and I don't think it does, while there's an appellate process going on. But we will be filing an appeal in the next couple of days, and it'll be before Judge Knight.
Or Judge Strand, more quickly.
Now, the reason Judge Knight had a conflict,
she had a trial.
this will be a new action, and as you know, the one key thing is, I think, and why we've been objecting on every one, is that notice, although required by statute, wasn't placed here. I know he disagrees with us, but I think the law out there is pretty clear. So I think this will be a avoided action, but that's why I don't think they can appoint a mayor at this time, because I don't think there's a vacancy at this time.
Anything else, Mr. Morgan?
No, sir. Not that I think will provide guidance to the council.
Yeah, there's no clear guidance in this, and as you know, I don't have, part of this. I only act at your pleasure today with regard to this and have no control over
We
this.
appreciate that.
But the points are, obviously, if you vacate today and later it's set aside, then you've got this odd circumstance where there was someone interim that shouldn't have been interim. On the other hand, if you don't and leave him in, then the actions they've taken today don't mean very much. You go forward with a lame duck, potentially with a panel that they don't get along whatsoever. But the most cautious approach, it would seem to me, be at this time, contrary to what I actually have thought at different times in the past, would be that, but if you go past today, then when does it take effect would be the question. So if you don't do it today, you see what I mean? If not today, when? 7
when
days?
DR
3 days,
is
whatever.
denied
So there's
2
no
years
guidance there.
now?
Yeah, so I think that's the problem. So I see both sides of it, but that being the case and not knowing where we go from here with, it's going to be next Wednesday or next Tuesday or whatever date you do it, I think the only way you can look at it from the common sense of all that balancing is that he's removed as of today. This is finite, and you can file your appeal and maybe being reinstated in the next week or something. You never know, so it could be fairly quick. So that's my best judgment about it. I'm sorry I don't have any authority on it whatsoever, but if you want my thoughts about it, I see the various parameters on both sides, but I think the only way to do it would be to do it now, because if not, when? When? There is no when, okay? So that's my thoughts. Hope it helps you gentlemen some.
We appreciate it.
No problem.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Judge.
Good luck.
Thanks, Judge Bates.
Thank you very much.
We can go. We don't need to stick around for the bullshit. Right, Jeff?
We do not.
Let's go. Oh, yeah, we got to get a copy. Appreciate it. We'll be in touch.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Let's go.
imagine the mayor's got one on his cell phone.
motion. Point.
You have to make a motion based on.
All right, what we just come out of City Council will appoint one of its own for the acting interim mayor until May the 5th of 2025, at which time the council at a regularly scheduled council meeting will approve the acting interim mayor to fill the remaining term, KRS 83A.1 or .040. It's been read.
Make that motion?
Yes. You need to make a motion for an acting interim mayor
Make a motion for the acting interim mayor
to be.
to preside over the city until May 5th.
You name the
Oh,
name.
I'm sorry. I'm naming Dave Henson.
Dave Henson's been made a motion to fill as the acting interim mayor until May 5th, 2025. We need a second.
I'll second.
Motion's been made by a second. To do that, you cannot vote for this, Mr. Henson, so it would be the council's role to vote on that. Jason?
Yes.
Ronnie?
Does anybody else want?
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have.
Yeah, I'm
I
sorry. I
apologize.
don't wanna-
Do we
I can't-
make the motions to cease with the motion and the second of that nomination of one? I apologize.
Because I don't want it. I got a full-time job and I can't do it. It's going to take a lot of work. But there might be somebody else, these two.
I'm sorry. I should have.
Yeah. Do it deferred. I mean, I think that's fair.
Motion's been made and a second for Mr. David Henson to become the acting. Is there any other nominations that would need to be put on the floor? If there is any, then we would make a roll call for that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would vote for it, but obviously we're not going to be able to get the votes. Trying to figure out the best way to do it. Yeah,
As I said, the motion's been made by Jason, seconded by Jenna. We'll make a roll call vote. As again, Mr. Henson, you cannot vote.
and you want it.
Jason?
Yes.
Ronnie? Jenna?
Yes.
No? Yes. Motion, majority vote has put Mr. David Henson as our acting interim mayor until May the 5th, 2025, at which time that the council at a regular scheduled council meeting will approve the acting interim mayor to fill the remaining term. Any additional comments of any city council members, if needed? Seeing there is none, there'll be a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by John Coleman to adjourn, second by Ronnie Maines. Roll call, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, all have made a motion to adjourn. Thank you all. Congratulations, Mr. Henson.